Hello and welcome to the August 14th, 2024 HGC meeting. I'm Candace Leidy, staff. For the applicants in the room and online, if your case is heard later today, you don't need to attend the whole meeting. Staff sends out emails, updates throughout the meeting, letting applicants know what case we're on. These meetings are rather long, so we do try to respect everybody's time. Before we get into our workshop items, staff does have some announcements. Number one, our former Commissioner Wheat, Sarah Wheat, has resigned. And therefore, we have an opening with the Wilmore resident seat. If you are a Wilmore resident and would like to apply, please apply online through the city clerk's office, or you can contact HGC staff for more information. Our second announcement is staff is planning a retreat. We're hoping Brett Sturm from the SHPO's office can join us, and we are looking to maybe do something in early November or late January. But we would like to get a consensus from the commission as to what time of the year works best for everybody. In the past, we used to do Friday mornings, so also we're looking to see if that works as well. I know we're missing two commissioners right now, but does anybody have any thoughts on early November or late January?
Just one commissioner. Early Fridays work for me, so I'm open to either November or January right now.
I'll go with January. November is in the thick of the holiday season, so it's going to be a little more difficult. But Friday mornings are also better for me.
Okay. So we got two for Friday mornings, and it looks like January right now. Does anybody else have any thoughts?
Either one of those is fine with me.
Okay.
I am good at 9:30
Okay.
or Friday morning.
Friday mornings?
I would just say it will obviously be a little bit more complicated with.
Okay, so maybe January. Okay. We will do like a Survey Monkey and send it out to the commission. So we will do something for Friday mornings and sometime in late January. Our next, so we can move into the workshop item now, which is our commission seats that are open. We have 4 applicants for the Dilworth resident seat and 1 applicant for the 4th Ward resident seat. It looks like we have the applicant for 4th Ward in the audience and 2 of the applicants for Dilworth, Mr. Paul Freeman and Miss Sarah Kerm in the audience. The other 2 applicants, Tom Wojciechowski and Fleming Fredrickson, are out of town, and we did extend a WebEx invite to both of them, but I do not believe they are online. Would you like to bring up the applicants and let them introduce themselves to you and then open up for
Sure,
questions? Okay, let's start with Mrs. Holtz, since there's only one for 4th Ward. She can say hello. You can come up to the applicants, and then if you press the microphone, the green button should turn it on.
Hi, my name is Cameron Holtz. I'm a longtime 4th Ward resident of a Victorian home. I have appeared before this commission as an applicant when we were doing work on the house. And I also appeared before the HDC as an interested party when I was the executive director of Historic Charlotte, which was the affiliate of the Landmarks Commission. We worked in tandem with the Historic District Commission on numerous projects, and I'm very, very appreciative and supportive of the work that this commission does. I've also recently published a book about the history of 4th Ward, and it included the foundation of the district commission, of the legislation which enabled the district commission to come into being, and the importance of that to the renovation of Fourth Ward and to Charlotte's preservation in general. So I'm very invested in the work that is done here, and I hope to be part of it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Holtz? I do have a very quick question. As far as time commitment, are you available on once a month? And I probably shouldn't say once a month, but once a month to attend meetings, but to be able to make site visits and, you know, study cases and understand, be prepared for these meetings as the meetings come around?
I am, and I'm glad you raised that because I do think that's an important thing for anyone who serves on the commission to make that time commitment proactively. My youngest child is now in college, and I don't have professional work that is time constrained. I'm working on another couple of books, but I can do that at my own schedule. And I do think this work is it needs attention and it merits that time. Thanks for the question.
Thank you.
I have a question. Thank you for that answer. It's great to know that you understand the history of Fourth Ward and that you're an expert on that. What about design? Do you, are you able to take a look at site plans and surveys and, you know, designs and make assessments about what works and what doesn't?
I do know how to read site plans and to work with those materials. I'm by no means an expert, but I have spent enough time looking at them to be able to understand what I do and don't know. And I hope I can ask good questions of the people who are smarter than I am at that. I do think that the detailed work that you do here is very important. And I, like I said, by no means an expert, but knowledgeable and familiar.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant?
I just wanted to say thank you for being willing to serve for Fourth Ward. I know that we've talked about this for a while and you're working on your book and weren't available.
Well, between my book and my children's schedule, it wasn't the right time, but now I feel like I can give it the time and attention that the work deserves.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next applicant is going to be for the Dilworth seat, and first on the list is Mr. Paul Freeman, who's in the audience.
Hi, my name is Paul Freeman. I'm a self-employed landscape architect. I'm a new resident to Dilworth. Moved here from Elizabeth, which is going through their own historic conversation now. Relatively new to Charlotte, from Charleston. Was there 21 years where I lived and worked in the historic district of Charleston. I thought this would be a good way of learning about my new neighborhood and getting involved with my community. So that's why I decided to volunteer my time. Questions?
Sure. I guess same question. Are you aware of the time commitment
Yeah.
in the term
Yeah.
for the role, and any concerns or any comments about that, what's involved in what we do
I
on the
can
commission?
set my own schedule as I'm self-employed, so that should not be a problem.
Okay, and any issues or concerns with possible conflict of interest, being that you are self-employed and we're dealing with historic districts, or if you're working in this historic district, any things of that nature that you've thought about as it relates to serving as a commissioner?
Yeah, I did put that on the application that I'm renovating my home in the historic district in Dilworth. And so the question was asked if there was a perceived conflict of interest, whether it was real or not. And so I did put that down in case that was an issue.
Okay.
It's great to see a landscape architect
Oh, thank you.
for us. We had one and lost him. Not lost him, he left the commission. He's doing well. Uh, what is your, same question that I asked Ms. Holtz. What is your level of knowledge when it comes to design work on the houses and buildings that we're reviewing?
It's very high because my work directly relates to the architecture. So the landscape and the architecture need to relate to one another. So very fluent in reading all of those documents.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman.
Thank you.
Our next applicant who is present and in the room is Ms. Sarah Crum.
Hello, my name is Sarah Kerm. I'm a resident of Dilworth on the corner of Mount Vernon Avenue in Lexington. I've been living in Dilworth since 1986. The first place I lived is Myrtle Square, which is a historic condo building that's still standing. I've also lived in a townhome and owned another condo and bought a house. We've renovated our house 3 times, so we've gone through the commission 3 different times. We live on a corner, so that always makes for an interesting proposal. I've also bought a house about 5 years ago that was in disarray and renovated it and added on about 1,800 square feet and resold that. So I had an experience with the commission when I did that. I'm passionate about the neighborhood, obviously. And I'm also interested in the other neighborhoods and just seeing, that historic preservation is honored. For a profession, I sell real estate. And I know that some of the issues in Wilmore have been difficult because there have been a lot of people having to come back to the commission after the fact on things that maybe the buyers didn't know when they bought the houses. So not only would I like to add to the Dilworth neighborhood, I would also like to use my voice and my experience in maybe helping the other districts to make sure that disclosure is an important thing in the real estate community. And then lastly, I did talk to one commissioner about the time obligation. And so I feel like I have a good sense of that. And then as far as design, I'm not obviously a designer or an architect, but having gone through the commission 4 times on 2 different properties, I feel like I have a good working knowledge of site plans and plans, and then also have good resources in the architecture community to be able to go out. I'm certainly not afraid to ask questions or challenge people. So that's me. Any questions?
Sure. Since you answered my question during your comments, any questions for us? Having the fact that we're on the commission and you're interested in joining, do you have any questions for us?
I don't think so. The timing also worked for me because I've lived in Dilworth since 1986. My last set of kids are gone. And, I've always sort of thought about it, but it just seemed like maybe it was a good time. I saw the opportunity come up when the previous person rolled off, and it was posted in the Dilworth Express. And I floated it past a couple of people and they encouraged me to apply. So that's how I ended up here.
All right, thank you. Any other questions?
It's always nice to see another realtor here. So you've done a number of renovations yourself. I'll ask you the same question opposed to the other applicants. What is your extent of design knowledge?
Because I've done some of my own renovations, I've hired architects to do the plans. 2 different architects, actually. One was a draftsman and one was an architect, and both I thought did great jobs. And then I've also had to look at site plans and street surveys to understand streetscapes. And as far as getting down to the minutia of design, that is probably where I need to sit down and actually read the whole, several hundred-page document so that I could begin to familiarize myself with it. And like I said, I'm not afraid at all to ask questions. That is not something that people say I don't have trouble doing.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Thank you to all our applicants. We do not, Tom and Fleming that we extended the invitation to did not show up online, so staff is asking for a vote today, which is a recommendation to city council, because the city clerk's office is also wanting our recommendations by August 19th, which is Monday. So we are asking for a vote today on both seats, and it will be a while before the seats, whoever's voted in will show up at the meetings because, again, it's a recommendation to city council, so it has to go through the whole process.
Okay, and should we take a quick look at the two applicants that we were not able to hear from, just to make sure commissioners have familiarized themselves with who all have applied? Okay.
So the first one is Tom Wojcicki, which I'm sure I'm butchering and I apologize.
Okay.
And the next applicant who is not present is Fleming Frederickson.
All right. So commissioners, I guess we can start neighborhood by neighborhood or historic district by historic district. We can start with Fourth Ward, since we have one applicant, Ms. Cameron Holtz. We were able to hear from her this morning. Thoughts, comments, and motion?
Ms. Holtz seems to not only have the time available to commit, but a love of the history of Fourth Ward and a working knowledge of design. So I would like to make a motion to present her as a potential commissioner on this board.
Second.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Parati, seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barr,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote passes 7-0. All right. Now for the Dilworth resident owner, historic district commissioner candidates. So
As one commissioner, I believe if possible, that we get more commissioners who either have some kind of architectural background or design background. I also think that it's important that you show up and that you show early on a commitment to spending time here, because that's a big deal for this particular body. So having said that, my two, and please let me get back to my page. I'm so sorry. Paul showed up. He's the landscape architect. And then there's another one, I believe it was Tom, who has, it appears, a background in architecture. Is that correct? I'm pulling it up. Yeah.
For their neighborhood.
Yeah. So there is at least some practice there. I mean, don't want to take anything away from Sarah, who, is out there looking at houses all the time. And so she has an eye for this sort of thing. It's just that there are very limited spots or opportunities rather for us to have architects, builders, designers, and I think that we need more of those.
Commissioner Wojcik?
My one comment, sorry about that, to that is, I do think that the process of being on a committee is important, but I do feel like the landscape design is something that, I mean, I've only been on the commission for a year and a half, but we haven't ever had anyone with that specific talent. And it does closely relate, back to architecture. And design is design in its raw form, I guess, you go to art school to learn how to design, or you go to architectural school to learn how to design. So I feel like there's a lot of overlap, even though it's not actually architecture. So I'm kind of drawn more towards the profession versus someone that's just volunteering on a commission. Yes, but I also do this for a living for 30 years. So I just mean, I know I work with a homeowners association, and the people that are on that commission don't necessarily have any background in design or architecture or, understanding plans. So though I do appreciate that Tom puts the effort into being part of his commission for his neighborhood committee, I'm not sure that that necessarily means that he knows about architecture.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Staff would also like to remind the commission that our one and only realtor, Kim, I believe that's it, right? Nobody else is a realtor,
Mhm.
is rolling off soon, June. So we will need that type of knowledge and experience as well. Thank you.
I would say, as much as I would like to think that I am, that I bring something to the commission, I think an architect or a designer would bring even more.
I wanted to just comment on Sarah Kern's longevity in the Dilworth neighborhood and her history there. I think the times that I know that she's presented since I've been on the commission, she's either spoken up about projects in her neighborhood or on her street in her immediate area or on her own projects. And I just think she has quite a bit of experience and knowledge that is really valuable and understands what our mission is.
Thank you for saying that, Commissioner Lineberger, because I think that's where I'm leaning, the familiarity and experience with the commission, working with the commission, working with neighbors. I think that matters a great deal. So I know that we do need more architects here. So I'm kind of torn by the fact that you have that dilemma.
I'll be here for another year, hopefully.
Okay.
Unless I get run over by a bus. And I think a benefit that Sarah has brought to the table, and I thank her for coming in, is that she's a realtor. She's dealt with the commission before. Granted, it's evolved and changed. We all have to get used to and brought up to speed with how things are doing and the current guidelines and that sort of thing. But I think that familiarity is good to hear. And contrary to Kim's point, I think realtors uniquely work with, like Sarah and Kim have done, with architects and designers and homeowners. And so they have a unique perspective, not to say that we, architects and designers and landscape architects and builders, you know, have their own unique set of skills, but so do the average members of the public. And I think having a diverse lineup of commissioners helps us in reviewing these cases. Excuse me. Whew. So, you know, that would be my vote. I mean, I also agree with, you know, I drawn to, is it Paul Friedman? I don't, you know Paul personally or professionally, but landscape background would be very helpful as well. So I could go for either of those if it was my opinion.
Well, it will be soon. Any other comments, thoughts? I mean, we can float a motion and see how things shake out.
So it sounds like, and I don't want to make this motion, but it sounds like we're between Paul and Sarah, both of whom have shown a commitment early on by showing up today. I think John, who was the chair before I was the chair, before Commissioner Hawkins was the chair, was our landscape architect.
I thought Commissioner Sullivan had some type of, what is his background? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, what is that?
Oh, he is a realtor, or he has been a real. I don't know if he's working in that field now, but he is a realtor and he has design knowledge. In fact, I believe that's why he's not with us today, is because he's still working. He's in his class.
I have a question. The reference on Tom, I believe it was Tom's application, Dilworth Crescent Row architect, is that what kind of?
I would imagine that's their HOA board. That's not, you know,
In the
locally.
Crescent Row, that's not like an apartment building or something?
I think it's a townhouses.
They're
across from-
townhomes.
Yeah.
They're new construction, so there's
They are.
not necessarily
Mhm.
architectural review background as it relates to like our historic buildings and standards and how those, I mean, I
Right.
think that's valuable experience that he's represented here. But as it pertains to the type of buildings and cases that we see, I don't know that it's necessarily relevant. While it is good, you know, going through those motions, you know, I'm glad that he had that experience. I don't know how it relates here.
Yeah, I think that still probably brings us back to Paul Freeman and Sarah Kerm is what I'm hearing from the commission. So any further thoughts, comments? Motion?
Can I just say one thing?
Yep.
I remember that Sean is studying historic preservation. We were talking about his background. So he was a realtor, but he's actually actively studying.
Oh,
Yeah, so that I'm just saying he would bring something different than these two wonderful applicants. Just throwing that out there.
So this is a recommendation to council that they can take or leave, and it is almost 1:05. So if we can get a vote. Thank you.
Do we have a motion, commissioners?
I'll make a motion. I would like to make a motion for us to nominate Sarah Kerm to be the Dilworth resident owner on the Historic District Commission.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by
Second,
Commissioner Wojcik. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor, your mic on?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Parati,
No.
Commissioner Barth,
No.
Commissioner Bell,
yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
I have to go with what I already said.
should have been writing this down. Didn't anybody write it down?
2 yeses. 3 yeses, 2 noes.
Well, since I seconded it, I have to say yes.
Favor of the motion.
Yeah. So, yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to nominate Sarah Kerm for the Dilworth Resident Owner Historic District Commission seat passes. We'll go with 4-3, because I didn't count very well.
I think it's 5. I
Five,
think it was 5-2.
5-2, I'm sorry, 5-2.
Thank you. Would we like to roll right into the meeting, or would you like a minute break?
Anybody need a break? All right, let's,
But go ahead.
I think we all have to be. Go ahead.
Do we need I'm sorry, a break? Okay.
No,
Oh,
No.
no, okay. Okay, whenever you're
all
ready.
right. Oh, we- Okay. The Historic District Commission welcomes you to the August 14th, 2024 meeting. I'm Nichelle Hawkins, HGC Chair, and I call the meeting to order at 1:09 PM. Also sitting on today's commission are Chris Barth, Shauna Bell, Krista Lineberger, Kim Parati, Brett Taylor, Heather Wojcik, who are present in the meeting room. Also present are HTC staff, Candace Lighty, Marilyn Draft, Jen Bear, Elizabeth Lammy, JT Fawcett, Christy Harps, Nicole Hewitt, Assistant City Attorney, Jill Sanchez Myers, Senior Assistant City Attorney, Candy Thomas, Court Reporter. I would like to start by acknowledging that the commission has resumed in-person meetings. However, as a continuing health and safety precaution, the commission is permitting applicants and members of the public to participate using a remote online platform if they choose. Due to the hybrid format, I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HTC webpage. For everyone participating remotely in today's meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please make sure you are on camera using a video source during any testimony. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you're in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HGC staff. The commission will first determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HGC design standards. The HGC may question the applicant and HGC staff members. HGC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions?
Thank you. And just to clarify for the record, Program Manager of HDC, Christy Harps, is not present today. Thank you. Our first application is Consent Case 420. I apologize. Before we get into consent items, do we have, has anyone of the commission approved the minutes for July? Okay, we can do that next month, hopefully. Thank you. Okay, our first consent case is 420 East Tremont Avenue. This project, once it gets loaded, is a one-story rear addition that ties in to the main ridge. This project is unique in the topography, and which is why it's being brought in front of the commission. We have a site plan on slide 7. And then on slide 12, you can see the issues with the topography, which is the reason for the unique design of the structure. On page slide 13, you have the front elevation, and then on 14, it looks like the left elevation. The brick wall is obviously slightly higher, but is acting as a retaining wall due to the flooding issue that they are having, as is the width of this chimney. It's also reflected on the rear and the right side. Staff has met with applicants in the past that owned this property, and all of them had wanted to demo it based on the topography alone. So we felt like this was a very clever small rear addition and way of saving the structure. So staff is recommending approval with conditions that are listed on slide 2 and 3. And I do not believe we have any unknown callers.
All right. Commissioners, anyone object to this application remaining on the consent agenda? Oh, let the record show that Commissioner Taylor has recused
Thank you.
Can I just ask a question?
to the applicant or is that? Okay.
No, or Candace, either the
Sure.
commission or Candace. So when we've done consent before, have we done them with conditions? Do we usually Can we do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. I just couldn't remember, so I apologize.
Yeah, staff has listed conditions and we
I
typically
thought
do that.
that. So when, if we approve it, then when we say the statement, we would just say with those conditions.
Yes, and you would just put in the motion that these are the conditions. And if you have any conditions of your own that we haven't listed, you would add those.
Okay. So if we say that we want to do consent, can the commission still have a conversation?
Yes. Mhm. As
Okay.
long as you're not taking it off of the consent agenda.
Mm-mm. I don't want to take it off the consent agenda, but there's one item that I just want to make sure that there's a condition for. That's different from yours.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I mean,
I
think if in your discussion it becomes clear you want to hear from the applicant, and I believe the applicant is in the room, you
Mhm.
can take it off the consent agenda and open it up to give the opportunity for the applicant to respond.
Okay. I mean, I don't think that we need to. I just wanted to have one statement that it put into the conditions. That's all.
Sure.
Okay. Sorry. So should I tell you what I want? So my only concern is just the proximity to the tree. There's a pretty large tree on the site plan, and with that type of foundation wall / retaining wall, I just want to make sure that there's appropriate foundation design submitted back with the construction drawings to make sure that we accommodate that. The applicant did submit documentation in the tree protection up on the top left of the site plan. So I know that they are addressing it. I just want to make sure that when we get the construction drawings back, when the office gets the construction drawings back, it's documented. That's all.
that's great. And you can put that in your motion.
Okay, good.
Okay.
I have a follow-up question.
Yeah.
City forestry, their purview for private trees, is it 30-inch and above? Okay, so
Yes. Mhm.
this is in our realm then, this.
Yeah,
tree
anything
specific-
under 30 inches between 10 and 29 is ours.
Okay,
Anything under that is usually not relevant.
gotcha, okay.
So that's right, because that wouldn't even be under us if it was bigger, right? Okay. Okay, so that's my only request.
All right. Do you have a motion?
Sure. I would like to, hold on. I would like to approve this application as it meets our guidelines. There are a few conditions that we would like to have addressed in the final documentation. So the massing in the chimney should match the original historic chimney. The larger chimney base is being permitted based on the function of it being a retaining wall. The window and trim details, which should be submitted with dimensions, window and door specifications to meet the HTC requirements should be documented. All brick and mortar samples to be submitted to staff for final approval. Any shake that's used on the project should be installed individually, not panels. And I think that was it. And then I would like to have the foundation specifications be submitted to show preservation of the existing tree on the property.
Did we get A?
Standards?
No.
Oh,
Well, that too, but
did I miss something?
the
Oh,
timer?
A, so the condition would be to review placement of the dormer on the side of the house based on the alignment with the existing roof line. For, now I lost my standard, sorry. Standard chapter 6, residential building.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Wojcik, seconded by Commissioner Barr. Any discussion?
I have a question about I agree with staff's comments. Sorry, let me get there. 2A. We don't have a floor plan. You know, obviously the applicant is trying to put some natural light into a kitchen. And staff is recommending that that dormer be moved further back so that it's outside of the rear wall of the existing house. I mean, it's so close to being within the footprint of the existing house. Could that dormer be moved forward? Could that be an option for that dormer?
I think that would be up to the commission. Because you're moving it closer to the street and it would be more
Yeah.
visible, right?
So my
What slide, are you looking at a slide?
I think it's the left elevation. Slide.
Slide
there you are.
14? Okay.
Yeah, so my personal opinion, I mean, we've approved dormer additions much more massive than this on houses, and more towards the front. We're talking about a matter of a few feet here. And again, without having a floor plan, I don't know if it helps the applicant at all. But I would be willing to extend the option to move that dormer maximum like 2 feet forward if it was conducive to the plan.
Okay. How does the rest of the commission feel about that?
So how does that impact the motion that's in?
That would be an amendment.
A friendly amendment?
Okay.
Condition.
I meant the condition that's already.
The condition would include an option for the applicant to move in the dormer as opposed to rear, as staff has recommended, would give them the option to move it forward 2 feet so long as it's beyond that. You know, it's not
Over this window?
we're not straddling the rear historic wall of the house. The dormer would then be within the footprint of the existing house.
Okay. Do you accept that friendly amendment?
I do.
And Commissioner Barth, just to clarify, your amendment to the motion is to basically provide both options and allow the applicant to decide based on their plans.
Yes.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you accept your own amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes, vote to approve passes 6-0.
Thank you. Our next application is 1147 Linganore Place, and I'm going to turn it over to Jen Baer to present. Thank you.
Do I need to announce if Commissioner Taylor is still recused from this case? Okay. Commissioner, let the record show Commissioner Taylor is recusing from this case.
So this is an application for a rear porch addition at 1147 Linganore Place. The addition includes a masonry fireplace, and the chimney is taller than the existing building and visible from the front, which is what requires commission review. Staff is recommending approval with a few conditions that are listed here on page 2. Plans start on page 6. And here is the proposed front elevation. This is the new chimney here on the left side that is taller than the existing building. On page 9 are the existing and proposed site plans. Here's the rear addition. And normally a rear addition would be under staff review, but because of the chimney and its visibility from the front, it needs commission review. And then the elevations start on page 10. We have existing and proposed front elevations. Left elevation, existing and proposed. Your rear elevation. Then we have the right existing and proposed elevations. And then here, again, are those conditions that are being recommended. There's no online callers.
All right, commissioners, anyone object to this application remaining on the consent agenda?
I have a question. So my question is, so 4.7 about chimneys, number 6, well, number 5 and 6, I guess. So 5 being that chimneys that are substantially visible to the street are discouraged, but then 6 saying new chimneys associated with new additions under standards for new construction. In addition, is that what you're using to?
Yes, so that would be the standard. And just for your information, the chimney height is required by building code, which is
Gotcha.
why it's the height that it's being shown as.
Okay,
I'll make a motion. I make a motion to approve the application because it is not incongruous with the district and meets standards for new construction residential buildings, chapter 6, with the following conditions. That permit-ready construction drawings are submitted to staff with final for final review to confirm siding, well, to confirm A through D that are on there. Siding, eaves, soffit, fascia, provide a beam column detail for the porch addition, provide brick mortar sample, and then new masonry to be unpainted.
Second.
all right.
Sorry.
Motion made by Commissioner Bell, seconded by Commissioner Barth. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve passes 6-0.
Thank you. Okay, our next consent case is 918 Magnolia Avenue.
Let the record show that Commissioner Taylor is recused from this case.
Thank you. This project is a rear addition with a half-story connector on the second floor and a rear porch addition. There's a site plan on slide 6, current condition images on slide 7, and then elevation drawings on page 11, 12, 13, and 14. This project is slightly larger than what staff can approve, as well as you can see a corner of the chimney on the front elevation sticking out. So it's slightly wider, taller. Staff is recommending approval with the conditions that are listed on slide 2. One of them being that the applicant work with staff on minimizing the size of the chimney for the rear porch. And I don't believe we have any unknown callers.
Okay. Commissioners, any commissioner object to this case remaining on the consent agenda? Okay. Do we have a motion?
I will make a motion.
Okay.
I would like to approve this project. It is not incongruous with the district in meets the standards for new construction for residential building, Chapter 6. We are requesting the applicant to work with staff on number 2A through D, reduced massing of proposed new porch chimney, window and door specifications that meet HDC requirements, provide brick and mortar samples to staff for approval, and cedar shake to be installed, individually installed, not panels.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Wojcik, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve passes 6-0.
Thank you. Our next application, and I believe the applicant is in the room.
Let the record show that Commissioner Taylor has rejoined.
Thank you. Our regular agenda first application is 927 East Boulevard, and I believe the applicant is in the room. Hello. Okay. Again, this is 927 East Boulevard. The proposed project is a new front addition, side addition, and rear addition to an existing building. And if you both could say your name and your addresses for the court reporter.
Eric Weiner, Intech Group, 2819 North Alexander Street, Charlotte.
Abby Smith at 2459 Wilkinson Boulevard, Charlotte.
Okay. And let me know what page you'd like to start on.
We could start on the existing photos. I believe that's page 9.
Okay. And if you'll pull your mic to you so that everyone online and in the room can hear you.
Apologies.
So existing photos on slide 9.
Yes.
And you can take that with you if you need to, the mic with you if you need to get up.
Okay. Well, I'd certainly like to thank the commission for your time. I'd also like to thank staff. This has been we actually started talking about this project with Christy 3 years ago, before I were drawing a line, before actually our clients ever buying the property. We had numerous discussions with Christy, and we've had conversations with Marilyn and Candace along the way over those 3 years. So it's been a process before we even have gotten here today. And if you recall, last time this year, I believe it was even the same month, we did do a workshop with you. And I know it's a long time to remember back, but learned a lot from that workshop and listened and took things away with that, and also talked to staff after that time, after our client purchased the property. Our client is a healthcare provider that has a long history in the neighborhood.
Eric, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you state whether or not you have been sworn in?
Oh, yes, I have.
Okay, thank you very much. Both of you, yes, thank you.
Yes. So our client is a healthcare provider that is a longtime provider of critical services in the neighborhood, and they identified this site approximately 3 years. As you know, it's tough to stay in this Dilworth neighborhood, and they identified this site as a potential fit, and that's why we worked diligently with Christy to see if it might be an option for them. So that's kind of a little bit of the history for it. Currently, 927, I think everybody's on the commission is probably pretty familiar with the property because it is in the handbook actually as a great example of what doesn't fit and doesn't work as for context for the historical commission. Since it probably is one of the clearest examples with it being built, you know, at a different time, very suburban feeling building with very visible parking, windows set up for the energy conservation movement at the time, very little detail, brick. I think you're all familiar with the building. Doesn't also sit on the site beyond that, like the other buildings in the neighborhood. If they could try to build something that doesn't fit the neighborhood, this would be it. And I don't know, this is probably why this commission exists, obviously, is to avoid buildings like we see today. I will say it's interesting enough, this building is old enough, at some point it would qualify as historic. I don't know if anybody wants that to occur. So our goal, and then talking with Christy, as we just started out with this and kind of game planning, our thought has been always to try to take this building and not demolish it. There's a lot of inherent energy and resources in existing construction to not demolish it, but to try to bring it into the context of the neighborhood as fully as we can. So to do that, you know, we talked about a number of things such as we're basically adding on in front of it and sides of it so that you don't see the existing structure at any point, and also just changing how the site works and functions to hopefully more closely fit the context of the neighborhood, which hopefully we've started to successfully achieve, as well as obviously meet the client's goals for staying in the neighborhood. So we could move forward a couple slides. Obviously, we actually, you know, spent a lot of time, this being an important project, walking the neighborhood and really looking at the context, getting a feel for it. And, you know, obviously there's a lot of great bullet points in the handbook, which we, you know, try to follow closely, but we really try to look holistically at what does this neighborhood feel like? What is the scale? What is the overall feel we get when we walk it, when we drive it? How far apart are the buildings? How far are they from the street? And one of the biggest things that really hit us is this building, in no way, the existing one, responds to the pedestrian environment like the other buildings in the neighborhood do. So as we go forward, I think you can see that one of the things we've worked very hard to do is to add multiple entrances, porches, things that enhance the pedestrian environment, get closer to the street, and also step the building back. One of the things that came up in the workshop, I think, you know, a comment about the neighborhood, I think it's almost a direct quote from one of the commissioners was, you know, this is a neighborhood of, you know, big old homes. How is it going to fit that? And I think we saw that, and we also took that to heart too. And I think you can see the changes from the workshop is we've broken it up to feel even more like big old homes the best that we can through our massing and our scales. So that helped inform us. I think you can keep going to some next slides here. We have a lot of context. We truly did look at a lot of context though. Obviously we did look at things like the gables, the massing, the gridded vertical orientation of the windows, brick, typically red brick. Sorry, thank you, Abby. Typically red brick in the neighborhood. Next slide. Candace, the dormers, the scale. One of the things that we really noticed about it, especially, you know, this neighborhood is a little bit different than maybe say Wilmore, where we've done work in that these are bigger, older homes. And they were done to the revival style of their owners when they were built. They aren't necessarily one style. The owners had the money and the resources to build in a style that they chose and saw fit. But one of the other things we notice about the older, larger homes is the complexity of the home. The size gets bigger, yes, but the complexity, and you don't want to over detail them because they don't, you can see in the top home, the details are pretty simple. And it's about getting the massing right, getting those details right. And I think you can easily over detail a home like this and miss that historic detail that they weren't over detailed. Next slides. And again, these are just, because we have a bigger site and we're drawing from multiple homes, we thought it was pertinent to not, if we drew all from the same home or all the same style and period of revival, then the whole block would look the same, and that is not what we're trying to achieve. We're trying to achieve something looking a little bit more organic into that. So that's why we have multiple examples to draw upon. Next slide. So as discussed, for any of these projects, we did look at the thermal wall setback. We reviewed that with Christy and staff, and you can see, we're staying consistent with our neighbors and getting closer to the street, which is actually more consistent with the neighborhood than the existing building that did not care about context was built with. That includes the side setback as well for the thermal wall. Next slide. This really just shows how we are adding on to this, so you will not see the existing building. And it also helps illustrate top right, the courtyards, ins and outs that give the unique, distinctive, different massing elements of, say, the individual homes. We have 3 along East Boulevard and then 2 along Dilworth. And that's actually one of the things we listened to from the workshop from everybody, is that we increased the number of different massings up 1 on each distinctively, as well as more in and outs with that courtyard scheme. Although it was consistent with something we talked about from Christie on day 1, we did add 1 per. Next slide. Existing site plan, obviously. Next slide. This just shows the overall footprint, again, with the massing. Some things to note, we have thought about things like HVAC, trash, those sorts of services. Those will all be hidden from view. That is the goal. So they're beyond inside the building, or on the roof, or hidden. So there's any details we need to talk about those later, but that is the intent. Next slide. Here you can see the start of our colored elevations, more clearly showing those individual massings set up to look like homes. The courtyards and areas in between, we have used something commonly done in historic preservation. The ideas of a linking device that is kind of more simple, fades into the background, connecting those different elements. We have done things, again, like we saw in the context photos with the gables, simple massings. We've tried not to over detail the vertical gridded windows and stuff. Dormers that aren't too complicated. Really tried to think about, in each of these specific massings, what can we do to fit the context of an individual building and then bring it back together as a whole site, hopefully successfully. We are proposing materials, such as the red brick common in the neighborhood. The client, as far as materials go, wants to be very collaborative and work with the commission. And we've tried to understand from staff and listening to commission what materials, the sightline windows and the trim are good fits, and we'd like to just propose those. And if there's any that we missed, we're hoping to make sure we follow those sorts of things rather than ask for variances or that sort of thing later on. That won't be the plan. Next slide. So this is just a slide. Again, we've done a lot of massing studies and breakdown. This starts to show it, the different elements, hopefully more clearly. I know this is this larger size scale of project. It's hard enough reading a house, but a bigger project like this is even harder to read, especially for those that don't have maybe the experience reading plans every day. But hopefully we've tried to give different ways for different types of people to visualize this thing. Next slide. This is more your typical detailed black and white architectural view that starts, we need something so you can start understanding an idea of dimensions, both width-wise and height-wise of the different levels and stories, as well as the details on the materials. We're trying to stay obviously within the heights of the neighborhood as well as the width of the larger homes. And you can see that they're different widths for the different elements. And while it might be easy to try to make them the same widths, we've tried to, again, give more of our organic but complementary feel to things. Next slide. This is the same, kind of same thoughts. This is along Dilworth, and this is this elevation changed quite a bit from the workshop meetings. And again, the comment about, you know, these being big old homes, and we can do a little better on that. And I think hopefully we have on that. And one of the other things we really changed out of the workshop is that while it's important to note this is a corner site, and obviously corner sites develop and are treated maybe a little bit differently than other sites, that I think when we came to the workshop, we were treating it different. And maybe we kind of, with the commercial element, we were thinking that it made sense to really signify the corner and do kind of more of a element you would find on a corner, maybe in certain city contexts. We really simplified any flourishes and stuff like that back to just trying to do simple structures that respond to the context and don't really try to stand out, make a name for themselves, hopefully done well and will last and someone will want to preserve in 50, 70 years when they're up for historic preservation. Next slide. So this is the rear and sides of the structure, just kind of continuing the same language around, but simpler. We are leaving a small segment in the back of the building as the existing structure. That's the only place where the existing structure is expressed at all, is in the rear. Next slide. As discussed, we've tried to work hard on clarifying the windows and getting them to all vertical panes. Obviously, we have a lot of windows across the site, this size and scale, but we have worked hard to get them all to be vertical and historically correct. If we've missed some, we will continue to refine those as needed, obviously. And we're proposing the Jeld-Wen sightline windows. We do have some different shapes and sizes, just trying to fit the individual massings across the block. But again, we try to keep the window sizes and scales consistent per quote unquote house or building across the block. Next slide. As already discussed, primarily, I think originally we were thinking maybe there are some examples of other colors of brick in the neighborhood, but you know, the predominant one is red brick, and we've kind of standardized along a couple different flavors of red brick. Don't want to do the whole same one across the whole site, but That's currently what we're proposing, as well as especially in some upper areas. We are proposing the artisan hardy siding with some wood trim, just as it goes up the massing and break up the scale. And then the architectural shingles. And then we do have, again, talking about the pedestrian environment, we thought it was important to get these porches, the columns added. And so we have some details showing that might need some finessing, but we certainly are open to, as we continue to develop this, refine the column detail. Next slide. And then here's obviously just the streetscapes and taking from the streetscapes. And our height, we're taking from the corner building on at the intersection East Dilworth Road and West Dilworth Road. It's actually a pretty good example of how a corner building in an existing environment is taller, and that one is taller. And if you look on, so that's 1607 Dilworth Road West. And if you look on Dilworth Road, there are a number of big old houses. But what we've found as we were looking at them and trying to get our height example, which didn't seem too hard to get, is actually a lot of those nice big old homes are actually only about 10 years old. So the Historic Commission has done a pretty good job of, on some of them, they're done so well, it's almost hard to tell, frankly. So I assume they got their heights from 1607 Dilworth as context as well. So really, I'm sure there's plenty of questions, and we didn't really want to over talk today about the specific details, and I was just trying to reintroduce the project again. So it seems like it probably makes sense to turn it over to you guys.
Thank you. We do not have any unknown callers, but we do have some people that signed up to speak. Heather Galliu, if you're online and would like to speak, please say your name.
This is Heather Gladu. I just signed up to listen in. Eric has all the details.
Thank you.
Heather is a client,
Okay.
to clarify.
Andrew Lester. Gordon Lamb.
I saw Andrew's name pop up there
Oh.
on the WebEx.
I'm also a physician rheumatologist. We're part of the group that purchased the properties, interested in the renovations as outlined.
Okay, maybe you have your whole team on here. Kevin Masula. And Mahad Kashif. Are they all on your team?
I believe all those.
Okay, so it's
Sorry
the
about
applicant. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Eric, you kind of alluded to this, but could you clarify for us where you're taking the height and width, where you're getting the context for the proposed buildings from?
Sure, we're
The
taking it.
immediate context, I'm sorry to
Yeah,
interrupt.
we're taking it. There's a number of points, but the best is probably the direct correlation, the corner building at 1607 Dilworth Road West. And there probably would be other examples, except for there actually has been a fair amount of new construction along Dilworth Road.
And could you tell us the width of the widest building, proposed building versus the width of the building you're taking a context from?
Okay, so I was talking about 1607 from a height perspective, although that one is quite wide. I believe 1660 Dilworth Road is a good example of a very wide building. we're also taking 704 East Boulevard as context for some of the massing on the width and scale.
And those two homes are referenced on slide 13.
Okay, and what was those widths? I'm sorry, that I was looking for numbers.
Oh, sorry about that. Abby, can you help with that? You can go ahead and just say.
So we don't have the exact dimensions of the context homes in regard to width, but we do have the dimensions of the massing of our structure, if that would suffice for right now.
So in order to have yours to reference or to have context to the immediate area, I think it would be good to know what that is. Those are the height and massing, I'm sure is gonna come up in our deliberation. So I just wanted you to be able to speak to that, where you were getting that inspiration from.
Correct. No, that is a good point. I apologize. We focused a lot on making sure the height got documented, and we did document all the widths of the different art structures, but it does appear that we missed the width of similar structures in the neighborhood. Documenting that as clearly as honestly, there's a number of structures that are the same width, bigger width. Sorry, we blanked on width, didn't seem quite as controversial in that way.
Yeah, and just for clarification, we tend to look at the overall project. So we can't just pick and choose which items that we want, standards we want to kind of hone in on. We look at everything kind of comprehensively.
Understood, and that's why we got the widths of the components on there. It's an oversight that I can try to estimate for you as a professional that's looked at widths quite a lot, if somehow that would help.
Okay. Commissioners, questions for the applicants?
I want to piggyback on the point Chairperson Hawkins brought up. Just to say that we do look at things holistically. And so when you are gathering information, we're looking for example, I just want to say this out loud just to make sure that I'm reading this correctly. The existing building, what page was that? It's on page 1, slide 1. So we have here that the existing building height is 27 feet 4 inches, and that you are planning to raise it to up to 39 feet. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so looking at it holistically, that's the height. And then the length, which is currently at 89 feet 4 inches, you're going to take to a whopping 201 feet and 6 inches, correct?
That is correct.
So when you are pulling, when you are referencing buildings, like you did with 1607 Dilworth Road West, we need to make sure that it is as high, if not higher, and as wide. So we can't just point to buildings that are higher and then point to different buildings that are wider. We need buildings that are both, because that's what this particular building would be.
Correct. That is understood, and that was tried to be accomplished.
Okay.
But to be clear, part of the strategy for this unique project, bringing it closer to the context of the neighborhood that was discussed early on in the Christie that she suggested, is this breaking up of the masses. So that is why we have, while yes, the building is increasing to 200 feet, the overall massing and feel of the individual buildings is in line with the context of the width and height of the other buildings.
Right. And so I'm sure we'll look at this. Looking at your elevations, it appears that there is a building behind these front buildings that you're pushing to 20 feet from the setback. Is that correct?
No, it's 43 feet. consistent with, well, it depends if you go to the, I'm sorry. Let me pull up this.
Okay, I'm looking at slide 17. So maybe here's a chance to clarify for me. Thank
Yes,
you.
so those are the dimensions of the courtyards. The setbacks are labeled on pages 616.
On
So
16.
it's the 43-foot proposed thermal wall setback corresponding to other properties in the 360 view.
Do you see that?
And then the 25-foot proposed thermal wall setback.
So I'm so sorry to cut you off. I just want to make sure that I'm on the same page with you. So I'm looking at number 16 and it says, so will you tell me where the building is then? I'm looking at orange, the orange portion, and it says site new construction.
Correct. And that has the individual, so the blue is the thermal wall setback from curb, and the orange is the thermal wall setback from property line, because we've heard that you want to see both at times, so we try to clearly label both. So
So what's orange?
Orange is the thermal wall setback from the property line.
So I'm looking at something that says 20 feet and then there's a 50 feet right beside it. Do you see what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
So what
that's
are
what I'm
those
trying to
numbers?
explain is the 50 is the thermal wall setback from the street curb.
Okay.
And then the 20 feet in orange is the thermal wall setback if you take it from the property line. So,
Okay.
so that you can analyze it both ways, because it's been our understanding that at times you want to know both figures. So sorry if that is confusing. And then on the right-hand side, that the 50 and the 20 feet are the actual at that point in the building. If you look at the diagram on the top right, it gives the overall envelope that we were sticking to, which is 43 feet thermal wall setback from the street curb. And that's on East Boulevard. And then on Dilworth, it's 25 feet thermal wall setback from that side, consistent with the property across the street, which is 23 feet.
Okay.
So we have, I mean, on the setbacks, we have certainly tried to, I don't think we're pushing the envelope on that or anything. We're trying to get closer to what the actual context is.
So looking at, and I hate to belabor the point, but I want to understand.
Nope.
So looking at slide 16, and we see what is labeled as a historic building. And just to be clear, we're looking at historic buildings, not non-historic buildings, when we're talking about your application, right? So
Correct.
this non-historic building has a much deeper setback than the one that you appear to be proposing for your site. Can you speak to that? Will you speak to that?
I apologize. I got a little bit lost there. Which building?
So I'm looking at the building. It says 900 to 999, and it has 52 feet back, I guess, from the property line and 60.
Okay. So you're saying
It is out of rhythm with the neighboring property, which is your property. So will you speak to the why of it?
well, I think, okay. So that, and you're saying that building is historic, correct?
It is, well, that's how you have it labeled in your legend.
Yes. So it is historic. And I think, yeah, if you look at the rhythm along, to speak to along East Boulevard, the historic rhythm, there was some in and out, and there's certainly buildings, especially on the corner.
Sure.
Across the street, the PNC Bank, which people are probably familiar with, 1000 East Boulevard, for reference, especially on the corners and other parts of blocks, buildings got much closer to the street.
Mhm.
Obviously, the neighbor was not, but the fact that this one, especially being on a corner and just in general, the fact that the setbacks as shown by labeling all these varies, but in general gets closer to the street, I think we're within the context of the environment on East Boulevard.
Okay. I won't let some other people ask questions, but I do want to say this before I do that. To reiterate this approach of looking at the applications holistically, when something is taller, wider, and closer to the street, the massing from the pedestrian view seems even more intense. And so I know that that will come up during deliberation. If you want to speak to that now.
Yeah, if I could speak to that, and I think, as mentioned, I don't think we were trying to push the envelope on how close it was as far as setbacks to the street. I think we probably could push for closer, but to your point, I think there's a balance. And I think you'll find in the massing and the different elements that we strategically use porches and front entries, whereas the existing building has none. This building has multiple scale elements like that really are consistent with the neighborhood. And as you're a pedestrian walking, those are really what you feel are those first floor elements, like a porch and that column and that rhythm, and that there's an actual entry that someone might use. And that really stands out. And that's one of the reasons why we really try to incorporate those items. Is one, we thought it was a disservice for the neighborhood not to have them, but they also act as a scaling mechanism. And also, if you're a pedestrian, they really help the feel stay consistent with what the neighborhood is and are a big part of your experience. That makes sense.
Okay. Other questions? Commissioner Lineberger?
I was just going to piggyback a little bit on Commissioner Friday because I had the same concern. I was going to ask a similar question about the setback and specifically 7.4 number 1, which is relate the setback of any new construction and additions to the setback of the existing historic buildings in the immediate surroundings of the proposed new construction. So when we look at this, we're looking at that circle 360 degrees, around this property. And there isn't anything historic around that property that's, comes that close to the street and it has a similar setback. Other than, I hear your point about 1000 East Boulevard in that corner with its 25-foot setback. But as she said, we'll be discussing that in detail.
I'd like, I guess I just clarify that. That's a pretty prime example, though, being directly across the street on a corner. And the other properties on the corners, and if you look at the other properties in the neighborhood, they all come closer to street edges, such as that.
But you have neighboring properties that do not.
The property directly across on the other side of Road West, that one's at 39 feet. The one at the other corner, that one happens to be at 61 feet because it has parking in front. And I don't know what happened with the history of that building, but I think when you look back 80, 100 years, it's not like they set in stone. This one's gonna be 43, this one's good. Exactly, and everyone's the exact distance like we do today with some zoning measures. There are some variants, so I think it's pretty relevant. The 43 feet is clearly showing a historic context for corners as well as the other one. And I do think along Dilworth Road West, the 23-foot setback on the side is fairly consistent for corners too, and that is a direct comp showing how we've related to that. And in fact, we're farther back than that. We did not push the envelope on that. We're 36 feet compared to the 23 feet.
All right, Commissioner Barth.
I think what some of us are trying to express, and this is a perfect slide for it, and I'm going to reference two other projects that have been successful going through our review process in the past, but looking, and Candace, if you could scroll up on the page just a little bit, get us more, there you go. Looking at your building highlighted in orange, there are two black buildings on either side of you, directly adjacent. And from my first glance, I think those are historic buildings, and that's what we look for. The two blue ones that you're referencing, or at least the one to the northwest, is not historic from what I imagine. But anyway, what we have going on here is that historic building, I think it's 909, yeah, 909 East, as well as the one on the other side, 1710 Dilworth Road. They're so far set back from your proposed structure that we're going to be looking at the side, basically, of a brand new non-historic structure. And what that presents for the average pedestrian is, you know, a change in the streetscape and how you experience the overall feel of both those streets. And if you look at, as a precedent, and I would do this for all aspects of your project, massing, directional expression, rhythm, setback, all the points listed in the staff memo. If you look at 525 East Apartments, Candace, if you could go there and Google. And just talking about the setback, if you look at those projects, what we have there is those projects directly respond to the existing adjacent and historic lots so that they do not sit in front of those projects, and you're staring basically as you walk down the street at the side of the new construction or the proposed. And so what you have here is again, you guys are proposing a massive structure. This is a pretty large, non-historic, fairly new project. And what it has achieved here is not being set so far forward that you're looking at the side of it. You know, it's still a big project, but it uses certain architectural features to break up the facade quite nicely. And Candace, if you go to the aerial view too, and go to satellite view, and zoom in if you can. See here the house to the northwest, it's pretty much in line with that. And then if you go to the other project, I think it's 337 East, just up the street, that was just more recently approved. The other direction, please. Yeah, one more. There you go. Next block. There you go. So zoom into that one right there. Yep. You can see how, everything kind of relates to the adjacent structures, and those are historic structures on either side. So, we need to look at that. We don't need to be making large pockets as it relates to the setback where things are undulating so much. And you'll see this going down East Boulevard. All the historic structures are, like you say, there is some variation, but it's fairly close. It's certainly not a matter of, 15, 20, 25 feet. We don't want to be staring at the sides of buildings. All of these buildings, even though they do sometimes get close together, you're looking at one facade as you go across with gaps between as you're trying to achieve. So, anyway.
I apologize. I don't want to be argumentative or anything. I mean, we definitely want to listen to your feedback. That's what we're here for. I would just, if we went back to page 16, point out that the consistency of the setbacks along this section, there was no attempt to, try to break with that. I think if you look at the setbacks along East Boulevard in this section, you can see that the historic structures, there is more in and out, particularly on the corners with the middle one set back. If you look at the property again on the corner, the 35-foot setback on Dilworth Road West. And I apologize, I am blanking on the name of the street to the north. But if you look at that one on the corner, that one's at 37 feet. And then the ones in the interior are stepping back at 63 and 61, 75 feet, to the point where you are seeing the sides of the corner buildings that are 30 feet back. The same thing happens farther down East Boulevard on the other side, where you have, yes, right adjacent the building on the corner of Dilworth Road West at 61 feet, but the one right next to it, which is more interior, is set at 30 feet. So you're seeing that one. So I understand. I just want to point out that I think if we had looked at the context, like the ones that you just pointed out, and those are great examples of the historic project, if we had been in that context where all of them are marching down the street at the same setback, we certainly would have followed it.
So I hear you. I will rebut with one thing. So the Brown, Moore and Associates building directly across the street, don't know how old that is. You know, it could be a historic building for all we know, but these are our standards, and we're not trying to, you know, whenever that building was built, you know, the conditions may have been different, right? So we're not trying to replicate what is there. We're trying to replicate what's historic. So you need to prove to us that what you're mimicking is a historic example of the rhythm. All these things work together too. It's not just like, this is the setback and this is where we're going to be. It's all about, like, take the house to the if you're facing it from East Boulevard to the left, on the front porch of that house, at least as you're showing it in this diagram, if you're sitting on the front porch of that house, you're staring at the back of a building, and that just doesn't work. And you know, that relationship specifically with that one area is too stark for us to even get comfortable with as a commission.
Yeah, okay. So certainly we can, you know, this is the first time we've had the opportunity to have dialogue, and totally take that dialogue to heart and can see where you're coming from on that. I guess what I was trying to point out is that we did look at the context, talk about it with Christie and so forth. So we will take that context to heart and come back with changes like we did from the workshop.
Yeah.
You know, and take that feedback, and maybe there's a step back. Just think out, maybe there's a step back mechanism along it.
And
that can be
that's all
done
fine.
to,
We're not
like-
trying to beat up on you. It's just, you know, and this happens all the time, and don't feel singled out. But for this one thing, what we don't want to happen is y'all to focus on the setback. And, you know, even though, at least in my opinion, I still think the setback is a little extreme and pushed too far, just as it relates to the historic buildings, like we're saying. But it's all these things together, you know, trying to orchestrate this thing into a cohesive project that does respond to our guidelines. It's the setback, it's the massing, it's other things that we haven't even talked about yet. But if I were to look at the setback as it stands right now, just in looking at how it's presented in this slide, as well as just looking at the context of the street and our historic districts, as it responds to our guidelines, I don't think we could get behind how this proposed structure fits within the context and, you know, responds to that setback. I don't know, I'm getting jumbled in my words, but.
Can I ask
That's okay, just to continue facilitating and move this case along. Are there other questions from other commissioners? Commissioner
Not really
Taylor?
questions, just a observation. So what I don't see here, what nobody's spoken to, is there's a parking deck behind this, which we can't really see. I understand you're trying to wrap it and hide it, but I'm not sure, to the setback question, is it hidden from those side views?
It is, and to be honest, that's part of the reason for making sure that part step to where it is frankly.
No, I get that, but so just driving up Dilworth Road West, headed towards East Boulevard, I have a hard time believing, I can't see it because it's not shown in plan or perspective or elevation, that you're not going to see the side of that deck or the lights on that deck or whatever, you know, however that's going to.
Our intent is certainly to hide it and that we can, as this progresses, we can bring a 3D elevation.
I think in future renditions of this, I just want to make clear that everybody understands there's a deck behind this thing, and that's got to be taken into consideration as well. And how's that relate to the buildings and the setback and the map, you know, all the stuff that we talk about. It's not really shown on these plans. I just want to make sure everybody's aware of that.
That's a good point, because I did not. I didn't read that as a deck. That looked like a parking lot to me. But yeah, now I come to realize, thank you for your pointing this out. It's a 2-story parking structure. We don't see that, as Commissioner Taylor's pointing out, anywhere represented in 3 dimensions.
Yeah, it is in the elevations and the plans, so I apologize if that. So I apologize if that.
Can
but
you
yeah,
point out where it's shown in elevation, parking deck? Like, so I'm talking
I
about,
apologize. We have a different version of it. I guess it's, we cut it for quote unquote clarity at the building line.
yeah, so I'm
Let's say
curious how
3D.
that parking, and sorry if I'm stepping on your toes, Commissioner Taylor. I'm curious how that parking deck looks from the northwestern view and the northeastern view. So the interior, you know, how that looks from your neighboring lots or neighboring properties, rather.
Right. Well,
that's something that we would need to review.
Yes, and I think we were trying to, this already had enough elevations, and so we were trying to show for clarity at the building line. But I understand your point and feedback on that, and I think we will show it with a 3D dimension as we continue on, so you can more clearly see that. But the intent is to fully wrap the deck so that you will not see it, and that was part of the massing, as the Commissioner alluded to, was a good point. Is it is a consideration that we did want to make sure to, frankly, have it not visible.
Slide 19 shows the proposed on the site plan location to the parking structure.
Other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation, Commissioner?
I don't have a question. I just have a comment. If you go to 7, wherever this project goes from here, 7.1, 7 through 7.5, meeting those guidelines and those standards are going to be key before we can move forward to the other details. So those illustrations, I would just recommend really studying those illustrations on 7.4 about setback, because there's an illustration on there specifically even talks about East Boulevard, and it's an illustration that shows exactly what Commissioner Barth was pointing out when Candace pulled up the Google Street Views. And also the spacing 7.5, there's an illustration showing the expectation on spacing and as it relates to the historic spacing that's already prevalent.
And we didn't focus on talking about the historic spacing. We got a little sidetracked into the step backs, but we did. That was one of the first things we talked about with Christie and matched, is the individual massing is the spaces between them match the historic spacing and rhythm along the street. That was one of the things that tried to closely pay attention to.
So we're going to expect to see that historic spacing.
It's diagrammed on
page 17.
On
or slide 17.
17. The slide 17 is specifically a diagram to explain that spacing.
Yeah, we're not seeing that.
It's
in the upper right in the proposed site plan.
I see, but I'm talking about these long elevations and the spacing between those details, what our expectation is. We had another project down East Boulevard, another way that was adjoining two historic properties. And we were very specific about maintaining that spacing between those two properties. So we're looking for that to replicate the historic spacing that you see across the street or that you see adjacent, rather than these long elevations. But
I think they're trying to achieve it by the undulation of the facade.
I see,
Um,
but
I think it's sort of hard for us to get behind just because of some other things. Like it's reading. Anyway, yeah.
It's reading like a bit of a wall.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I said it's reading like a wall, like it looks like a wall, even with the
Porches.
the insets and all of that, because when you look across the street, it's just void space. It's not space that also has more brick or more siding or whatever. So it's coming across, it's looking like a wall.
Okay, so I mean, that was the strategy early on. I understand, I'm just trying to explain, that was the strategy early on, is to have the deep voids replicating the spacing between the buildings as a strategy to break up those massive.
Right, and I see that. And
And so the question is, if that's not gonna be a valid strategy, I guess need to have.
Yeah, I think it goes back to what was said at the very beginning and has been repeated a number of times by commissioners. We're looking at it in totality. We're not looking at one piece of the design versus another. And when you add all of these things together, that's, I think, what we're responding to and what we're struggling with is the massing, the height and width, the spacing. And just like Commissioner Lineberger just said, if you start from 7.1 through 7.4, those things need to be addressed because those are the higher level items before we can even get to the details. And if we're not able to get the design there, then it's going to be difficult for us to move on. So I feel like we're going back and forth, explaining what the standards are saying, but it's not connecting. So I don't know if there's something else, anything else that you can share with us before we close for deliberation.
No, and I just want to say, the reason why I'm asking follow-up questions is really just to get as much information as possible to collaboratively work with the commission to more holistically get it in line with what you would like to see holistically. So I agree, we're talking about details, and that's why it's getting into the details, but our intent is to listen to you holistically, and that's what we'd like to do.
Okay.
I think another thing, if I could be somewhat helpful for the next phase of this, because I think we could all agree that this will at least be a continuance. In response to the streetscape, which to me, I think that's my major issue with this, we need to look at, and we've gone over this with the two projects I referenced, which I would seriously write down, 525 East and 337 East. Aside from the spacing and the setback, we also look at how things align vertically. So, the foundation, is a response to historic projects. Are the adjacent structures, do they sit up a little bit from the street level? Do the eave lines match? We don't want, just like we don't want things to go in and out as it responds to the setback. We don't want things to go up and down like this as you go down the street as well. As it responds to height, overall height, as well as like certain architectural elements between, the different homes, historic homes in the Zocwell survey. So, I'd caution you to critically look at that. And then
That can be found on 7.13,
thank you.
an example of it.
There you go. Cornices and trim, 7.13.
Right? Any other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation?
Commissioner Hawkins, it seems that one of the applicants online would like to make a comment.
Okay. Oh, were they sworn in?
Were you sworn in, sir?
I don't believe I was. Dr. Andrew Laster.
Okay.
All right.
If everyone in the room could be sworn in at once and anyone online, thank you.
If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And can you state your name and address for the court reporter, please?
Yes, name is Dr. Andrew Laster, and I'm a physician, practice at 1918 Randolph Road in Charlotte, and I'm a rheumatologist. I appreciate the careful consideration and the detail from the commissioners. The question about the parking lot has been brought up, and this is, a parking deck. It is not surface level parking. And as you appreciate, probably the building was designed to accommodate those parking spaces. Can you envision in Dilworth a structure that has more than surface level parking? Is that even feasible? Because that will help us as we decide how to move forward with the project.
I don't think we can say without seeing it. It depends on how it's done, how it's concealed. I wouldn't say it's out of the realm of possibility, but, there's a lot of factors that we take into account when we're viewing these projects.
Are there other parking decks that are more than surface level in Dilworth, a two-story, say 75 spaces?
That's the information we'd be looking for your team to provide. Yes.
Okay, do you
So
know
that's a-
offhand whether there are other structures like that at this time? And
During my time on the commission, almost 8 years, I haven't seen it, but maybe one has come through and I've just forgotten. And so precedence is something that we ask for. So if you bring it, if your team brings it back, and look, there have been, we understand that preservation is not about having things stuck in the past. We have, as a body, done things in the past that we've not done before. It's all based on what Commissioner Barth said, how the design looks and how it works with our standards and how it works on your particular lot with all of these special things that go along with that space.
Can I say, one of those projects referenced has kind of pseudo subsurface parking that you may be able to wrap your head around and figure something out. But it's not surface parking. And I wouldn't say it's true underground parking, but it's somewhere in between.
And following up on the bigger holistic questions, if I could just ask one question to that I think it's going to help clarify moving forward, is a question to the commission. Taking account, yes, the height, the setbacks, and we can certainly work with that and want to work with that. And we hear you and want to listen to that. We also listen to the feedback of Christy early on before drawing a line to try to get as close to those. But can the commission get behind the idea of breaking this building up into separate looking buildings and masses? Is that something with the strategy of the courtyards? And that, if the scale is different, if the widths are clearly defined, if they're in line and the heights are clearly defined, the setbacks, is that a strategy that the commission supports and will support?
Commissioner Wojcik? Commissioner Wojcik?
So my biggest element looking at this is the mass of the lot in itself. And I'm not seeing in this, the provided site plans, because obviously we're right around there, but none of the other properties in this area are so large. And I know that when we've done properties that have been a different scale in other neighborhoods, and they're trying to utilize their property. I mean, the only way that we could ultimately truly hold them to the exact same standards is for them to treat it as 3 different lots with spacing. And so I'm just concerned that
We had something like that, to your point, Commissioner Wojcik, on West Boulevard. Do you all remember that project? And my brain's a little foggy. That was broken up, yes? Yes, it was. So there was a project that we approved, oh gosh, maybe 6 years ago, 5 or 6 years ago. It's on West Boulevard. Candace, do you remember the project? Can you pull that one up? It's
Worthington West, are you talking about? Across from the
well, I was specifically thinking about the one by the school because that's the only one that I've reviewed, but
yeah, but we haven't, and I
haven't
thought
been
about
here
that
that
one,
long.
but there was one that a lot of people, like even the school people and there have been a number of people who've come before us who've referenced that one. It's on West Boulevard,
I think you're talking about the one at Worthington and West.
Worthington and West, yeah.
West.
It's they're like townhomes.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about,
With the-
Commissioner Barth.
Ephes or
Yes, exactly.
yeah, it's yeah, it's in like sort of an island. I think it's West Worthington, yeah. Yep.
That.
Okay.
And it actually, this lot and the building kind of reminded me of this project. So this would be an example, Commissioner Wojcik, of a larger lot where, to your point, to the applicant's point, it was broken up.
Just as mentioned, we have made ourselves pretty intimately familiar with that section of East Boulevard. There are a number of larger lots on corners that happen to be institutional and larger. So there is precedent, while not right in this block, there are other lots that are larger and not broken up. That was something that occurs frequently can be on corners. But
I'm sorry, what did you say? You trailed off, you swallowed your words at the end.
Oh, sorry. I said there are other lots along East Boulevard, particularly on corners. They happen to be institutional users that have those larger lots not broken up, but there is
Are they-
examples and precedent of that.
The
But-
historic, I mean, it would be interesting to see a larger lot with the historic building on it and how they utilized.
So I would just like to remind the commission that we look at something in a 360 radius
Ah.
of the front of the building.
Okay.
in
And
the
that's
middle.
exactly what I was about to say. So
Okay.
even though this is an example of a larger lot where they were able to successfully respect the surroundings around it, I am in no way saying that this is what you should be looking at, because this context is different from the context of your particular lot.
Understood.
I just was trying to help with, it just seems hard to deal with such a large piece of property when that's the only one that's there. And so I was just hoping to maybe provide a little bit more information. That's all.
Well, to be clear, you're not, Kim, or Commissioner Parati, you're not suggesting to use this as a duplicate example.
Not at all.
Architecturally, different site, different case, different neighborhood.
Right.
I think Commissioner Parati's point was you know, this is another way that they handled a larger new construction on a larger lot by breaking it up and making it, you know, respond to the rhythm and setback and massing of this particular neighborhood.
Yeah.
So
Yes, and
That's-
it's me answering your question, Eric. You
No,
asked
I-
if breaking it up would help. And so this is an example of how that was done successfully.
Okay, no, and appreciate it. I understood it. I wanted to clarify, I did understand that. I think one of the challenges we have just in transparency in this is it might be, that's a fully new construction. That might be easier to achieve, frankly, if we just demolish the building and we're trying to like save the environment and save the building a bit. And we're a little bit challenged by that differently than if we just did new construction. That actually would be a question is, should we just frankly demolish the building?
Well, obviously, that's not what we would want, and I know that you know that. So yes, it's difficult, but you're talented enough to make it work. So that's what we're asking you to do, is use your abilities to make it work.
Yeah, and that's why I keep asking follow-up questions, is just so I can glean as much knowledge as possible to help with that.
If I could say, I'm misinterpreting, it doesn't seem like it's follow-up questions. For me, it seems like a rebuttal as to why you can't do it. And so we're more than happy to offer what the standards say. But if you're open to it, we can work together to make something work.
Okay, I apologize if, again, if that is how it has come off, because that is certainly not the case. If
Okay.
I'm trying to say is we want to be very collaborative,
Okay,
like we have been trying to be over the last 3 years and will continue to be throughout the process. The reason why I've asked follow-up questions is just to understand fully and make sure we really understand it. So next time when we come back, you know, we don't have the same conversations, we at least have different ones.
okay. As long as you're open to it, we'll provide.
No, we're
what the standards
extremely
say.
open to it.
Okay.
And the client is extremely open to it as well.
Excellent. Any other questions before we close for deliberation?
Chairperson Hawkins,
Yes, ma'am.
just a point of clarification for the board from a legal standpoint. I know that there was a question about potential demolition. That is not the application that is before you at that time. It is the applicant's right to figure out what kind of project they would like to present, but that would be a different application that would have to go through the process. So at this point, I would caution the board from commenting about a different type of application and maybe potentially just land your focus on the evidence you've been presented and the type of application that you're being presented at this point.
Thank you, Attorney Hewitt. All right. If there are no other questions for the applicant, we will close for deliberation. My recommendation would be to start with what Commissioner Lineberger mentioned, which is we focus on the high-level items in 7.1, at the beginning of 7.1, and provide those standards as guidance, and then make our decision from there. Does that sound good to everyone?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Starting with 7.1.
Are we discussing our thoughts on this?
I didn't hear you.
Are we discussing our thoughts on 7.1? and
Yes.
How this meets the guidelines?
How it does or doesn't, and how we need to use the standards to help out the applicants move in that direction. So as we look at, what is it? I think if we look at context and we look at starting with, yeah, let's start with context.
Can I read something?
Yes, absolutely.
On 7.3 says new buildings should respect historic lot lines and parcel sizes, which I feel like the parcel size is an element in itself. Even if lots are combined, a single parcel as part of a rezoning, the new building scale, spacing, massing, rhythm, entrances should reflect the established historic development patterns. The mass of the building should be modulated with a material change and/or architectural change that creates a break in the wall plane to emulate the space of the historic buildings. I think that the modulation and the architectural elements that he has brought to the design actually work well with the related properties. I think the overall mass and height and width are still of a challenge, but I do think that he has successfully broken up those masses into smaller elements, and they do directly have design elements that relate to the other houses / commercial buildings on that street based on the context picture that he has submitted. But that is my perspective.
And Bruce, Commissioner Lineberger.
So I would, since we were going to start at 7.1, I want to go back to 7.1, which, if for context, on 7.2, which states for new non-residential buildings, context is the immediate surroundings of a project site within a 360-degree view from the center of the parcel and varies throughout each district. So if you go back to slide Candace 17 that we spent so much time on, that's our 360-degree view. I mean, that's the context. So I think we have to get around that and embrace that before we jump to, you have to solve the mass and the scale. And, that actually isn't quite accurate because, in my opinion, based on slide 20, with that deck on there, almost that entire lot is orange, is structure, is building. That whole area that's shown blank is now all should be orange, technically. Does everyone agree? I mean, so that, that does not, once that's filled in, it already was a struggle, but once you fill that in, it's the 360-degree context that we need, and it doesn't go there. I mean, it just doesn't meet that.
For the sake of discussion, I want to piggyback on what you started reading, Commissioner Lineberger, in the hopes that we can help the applicant help Eric know that they have a little wiggle room. So on 7.2, specifically the Dilworth Historic District, most of the non-residential buildings, let's skip down. Some new commercial buildings of the past several decades were constructed before historic designations occurred, and therefore their design may not reflect references to the neighboring historic building in site context. This is something that came up during our Q&A with the team, that there's this undulation of setbacks, and that, to Commissioner Wojcik's point, this lot is larger, and so it doesn't really speak to anything else around it. So there is a little wiggle room, but I think what we can't do is completely blow up what is there now. You do have some wiggle room so that you don't, in my opinion, based on this, have to adhere so strictly to everything else around it. However, holistically, we can't have more shallow setbacks, taller and wider structure that it also ignores the directional expression of the buildings around it.
Commissioner Taylor?
So I tend to agree with Commissioner Wojcik that I think the modulation or undulation or whatever you call those things, it helps. I don't necessarily have a problem with it. You have to do it somehow, and it seems like he's put a lot of effort. They put a lot of effort into doing that. I go back to the to the school townhomes that we looked at a few months ago where it reminds me of that because the corner was bigger, more mass on it, and then it stepped back and down as it started to address the neighborhood. And
We have not, we have not voted on that. We didn't vote on the buildings. We voted on the footprint, but not the
yeah, I
buildings.
know, but it's a similar situation and I don't, I have a hard time on this one that going down Dilworth Road West, it's so much bigger and so much more front than the existing historic home and there's a deck right behind it and I can get behind the undulations, I can get behind the corner being more of a commercial space or something. I have a hard time, once you get past the corner, that it needs to start to address the neighborhood, and it's not doing that right now.
Yeah, I wasn't saying that I was comfortable with the setbacks or even the overall massing. I'm saying that he is working to address with the guidelines that we have set up. He is utilizing them.
It's moving in the right direction.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, any more to discuss on context?
So contextually, it sounds like we're saying that there are some things there that are working, like design elements that are taken from the neighborhood, the rhythm of the breakdown of the massing or the buildings. However, contextually, it does not really fit. Setbacks don't fit, the height and width don't fit. And currently the 2-story garage in the back does not fit.
No.
All right. We kind of touched on the next item, which is setback. So we feel like, do we agree that there's work to be done there for setback for this
Yes.
project? Okay. Is there more to talk about on that? I think we all
No.
think, okay, I think we beat that one. What about spacing? It seems like we have
the data. It's just that it is not really respecting the context of the buildings around it.
Can I say one more thing? So I feel like we struggle with this a lot, that in elevation view, when we see these setbacks, it still reads as one plane in elevation view. And it's deceiving because it's really not that way. It wouldn't be that way, but it's hard to understand what that perspective would look like without having a perspective.
So like a 3-dimensional.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe that's something that would be helpful to provide so that we could see that. That's one thing.
Yeah, I mean, I want to specifically, that top left, that 3rd floor is set back probably at least 10, 15 feet. You just can't tell that from this elevation. So, yeah, I think that there's a lot of push and pull and give that we're just not, that is not as easy to view with a straight on elevation. But it does take a lot of time and energy to create models. So I understand why he didn't bring, all of that. To create a 3-dimensional design is not the easiest.
Sure. Is there another way for us to see that
Well,
that doesn't require them?
He said he would.
Okay.
Can I speak or not?
No, we're
we're
close.
closed for deliberation.
He said that he would, but I just mean that,
In general.
yeah, in
Mhm.
general.
I think we can offer that as an option. They certainly don't have to take the recommendation.
Sure. It would be helpful to make the case.
Mhm. Agreed. So that was spacing.
So,
Oh,
well, I think the spacing, they are definitely engaged with the concept of creating the spacing, but I would like to ask that they work on that a little bit more. but I know that they've thought about it and they're going in the right direction.
Okay. Would we like to stop there?
I think we should go a little further. Yeah.
I'm
Mhm.
sorry.
Orientation,
Presentation.
in my opinion, due to the height and the width, it's, oh no, excuse me. It's directional expression. Orientation is good. Massing and complexity of form. Commissioner Bell started to speak to that.
Yeah, I was just saying that I think that we needed to add in, we've talked about this one a lot too, just the overall massing of the structure, to be able to relook at that.
Commissioner Bell, can you speak into your mic?
Yes, I can. I was just saying that I think we needed to also add in massing, and being able to take a look at the overall massing of the structure. 7.7.
Okay. Anything else on massing and complexity of form? Okay.
Chairperson Hawkins, we usually go when we're doing high level to, I think, scale, and then say that we have not reviewed the rest because all of those other things change. Maybe directional expression is maybe included in that, but foundations is where we start to get to details.
Okay.
Commissioner Parati, do you not think we need to touch on 713 just because we mentioned it as it relates to contexts, cornices and trim and how those relate?
I think that that's a great diagram for them to look at, but once they start changing these other things, that's going to change too, no?
Well, he can hear us, so.
All right.
So
Height and width.
height and width, yep.
And we should reiterate here for the umpteenth time that it should not be either or, it should be and. We shouldn't be looking at height or width. We should be looking at height and width together, as this section states.
Okay. Other comments to add on height and width?
I would like the applicant, can we just make a note if they would please really look at that well and kind of analyze it, because I think that's the information that they need.
Mm-hmm.
And bring us back dimensions.
Yeah. Okay. Next is scale. Oh, sorry.
I want to say, I think that they've done a good job with the porches and the roof plane changes and the entryways in terms of, not that this is the end, but I think that their approach to bringing it to the pedestrian scale is definitely going in the right direction. I mean, just having those front porches on those pieces breaks up that facade and makes it much more inviting to the individual person that's walking down the road.
So I will add to that, that whereas it's moving in the right direction, the preamble of scale says, includes in the second sentence, heights and width are the beginnings of creating scale. So it's moving in the right direction and needs to continue moving.
Yeah. Agreed. Okay.
I don't know. I'd be cautious in mentioning the porches. What I agree with you, Commissioner Wojcik. I think there are certain detail elements, which obviously we're not getting into in this, that need to be reworked. For example, the functionality of said porches, their ability to be used, which is very important for Dilworth.
Mm-hmm.
So then, even though we're not getting to this just yet, porches, since we're having a discussion about it, porches, which is included in the standards, should be paid attention to. Like 8 feet depth is just a start.
Exactly.
Information. Mm-hmm. All right. Did we talk about, we did talk about scale, yes. Okay, directional expression?
Since they are considering breaking up buildings to make them work better within context, then I think that this will be addressed in them doing that. Currently, it is incongruous with the buildings around it.
Okay. Directional expression 7/10. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just saying directional expression 7/10. I was just making a note. Sorry.
This wasn't brought up, I don't think, in our deliberation, but it just occurred to me. Let's see, previously in our deliberations, but I guess it would relate to context. Do we need to talk about architectural style at all? Because, I know, Dilworth is an eclectic neighborhood. We have some Queen Anne Victorian type things and, colonials and mid-century even. I don't know that we've really touched on the architectural style that this is trying to present as.
They brought it up, in terms of, and we kind of touched on it in terms of some of the architectural details that they included. But what
I
do
guess,
you?
yeah, I guess because we are staying high level,
Mm-hmm.
we're purely looking at this as a three-dimensional box and we can decorate it. So we'll address that later.
Mm-hmm.
I take back
Yeah, but now that it's out there on the record,
They can look
that
forward to it.
definitely fits well within context.
Yeah, because I only say that because I see certain elements that seem sort of farmhousey, sort of transitional, institutional. I mean, there's a sort of a broad range of, maybe even some Tudor elements for these things. So, I mean, maybe that's something they can
Mm-hmm.
think about as they look at the redesign.
Okay. We did touch on the directional expression needed to be addressed. And then I think we're gonna
Leave it.
Are we gonna go to foundations or what do you?
No, because that's going to change with the change of height and width and all of that other stuff. So typically, it has not been the case that when we're doing high level, we go to foundations.
All right. So covered quite a bit in 7.1, stopping at 7.10 directional expression. Commissioners, any further discussion or do we want to go ahead and float a motion? We've got the standards. We'll help out.
I'll make a motion, Chairperson Hawkins. I make a motion to continue this application for the following. 7.2 context. We should be paying attention to how this building or buildings fit within context of their immediate surroundings. Let's see if there are particular standards within 7.2 that make sense. One, 2, 3. Mhm. Yeah, all of them. Yeah, 4 and 5. Okay. Next, we want a more detailed look at the setbacks and how these new buildings relate to the historic setbacks according to 7.4. Thank you for the start that you've given us when it comes to setbacks. If you could go further with that, paying, once again, close attention to the historic setbacks, that would be fantastic. Spacing, whereas there are places where the building undulates to create this sense of spacing. We want to explore that a little further so that, once again, this building is in keeping with the context surrounding it. Massing and complexity of form, 7.7. The height and the width of these buildings need to be studied further. Some of the scale reducing techniques that they are using are good, but we need to go further with that. So relate massing to those of existing adjacent historic buildings, number 1. You're doing this well. It's good to go further. Use forms for new construction that relate to the forms of the majority of surrounding buildings. Should we add roof forms into that? Because I think that,
Yes.
yeah, number 4. Okay. Then height and width, 7.8. This building should not be taller and wider than other historic commercial buildings within this context, because it's difficult to find buildings on such huge lots. Not only, I think, will we take into consideration the immediate surroundings, but a little further out would be good, as long as we're staying within the same neighborhood of Dilworth.
May we point out specifically number 5 on the commercial corridor of East Boulevard in the Dilworth Historic District, new construction should have similar height and width as the existing historic residential design buildings, since
Yeah.
they help create the historic context.
Absolutely. So why don't we do this? Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're doing well with 7, but let's put that in there. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Lineberger. And 7.9, scale. There are scale reducing techniques that the applicant has already used. However, it's important to make sure that these buildings are lining up in terms of cornices, eaves, porches, windows, that sort of thing, with neighboring properties, and that the height and width, which play into the scale, are reworked. And then finally, directional expression, 7.10. We should make sure that whether it be through breaking up the buildings or through continued use of architectural techniques, that these buildings match the directional expression of the surrounding buildings. And then I'll go on to say that we have not evaluated this application on the remaining items of our application, because the high-level items need to be addressed first.
All right, we have a motion to continue by Commissioner Parati, seconded by Commissioner Barth. Any discussion on the motion?
Yes.
Mhm.
Parking deck and parking situation.
Maybe that could play into what we have not considered yet, because that's the site.
I do feel though, if it is to remain a parking deck, we need to see what it looks like, because it responds to massing, context, all of those things we mentioned. As well as if they are able to provide any sort of precedent for putting a parking deck or how to conceal it. all those things sort of play into that aspect of it.
Okay, I'll accept that. Thank you, Commissioner Barth.
So I guess to restate, I feel we need more information on the parking deck as a response to drawings and information related to those items Commissioner Parati put in her motion.
All right. Do you accept? that?
Friendly amendment accepted, yes.
You accept your own amendment?
I accept my amendment.
All right, any further discussion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to continue passes 7-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate everyone's time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Commissioner Hawkins, would it be okay if we took a 5-minute break?
Yeah.
5 or 10?
It's gonna end up being 10.
10. Thank you. Welcome back to the August 14th HGC meeting. Our next application is 1218 East Boulevard, and the applicants are in the room. This application includes, the original application includes enlarging the existing front dormer, enclosing the front porch, adding a rear addition, and some site work, as well as a sign. To keep the meeting moving, could you please limit your presentation to new information and the listed items off of the continuance, which are listed on page 1 in the staff memo. We'll also ask the applicants to, were you sworn in? Yes, okay, both of you?
We said,
Okay.
yes.
Awesome. If you could both say your name and address for the court reporter, and then let me know where you'd like to get started.
Hello, my name is Alaa Ghanem. I'm the principal architect.
Turn on the, yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alaa Ghanem. I'm the principal architect at AB Group. And we're representing Mr. Abraham Khalil, the owner of this property.
And your address.
Home address 1945 Camp Green Street, Charlotte, NC. Office address 310 East Boulevard.
And my name is Cameron Jamal Smith. I'm an architectural designer with AB Group. And my address is 1700 North Brevard Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28206.
Okay, and just let me know where page you'd like to get started on.
Yeah, so if we can skip over the existing condition photos, the site plan didn't change very much and go straight into the elevation views, that would be best.
Awesome.
Yeah, perfect. So last presentation, we presented a massing for the back addition that we got some feedback on. We presented manipulations to the front dormer that we got some feedback on. We presented the front porch the way we saw it happening, and then we got some feedback on that as well, along with the sign. So I'm gonna talk first about the dormer because that's the simplest thing. We talked to the owner about not doing anything to the dormer and just leaving that as is. So we just took that out of the application. And today's presentation, the addition on the back, the biggest piece of feedback that we got was that the massing was too big and it was visible from the church parking lot on the right-hand side of the building. And what we did there is we reduced the roof line, as you can see in the 2-page elevation, side and back elevations. And I believe the specific feedback was we wanted to bring it back to a 1-story bungalow feel. And so we believe we've achieved that by bringing down the main roof eave to match the existing building. And then the changes, or the second floor interior space, became expressed as dormers on the back addition. And nothing changes on the existing structure itself. The porch addition on the front, we got feedback to reference another property on East Boulevard. I believe it was 518 or 524? 524 East Boulevard, where originally we had a glass, kind of aluminum almost type of a front door that led you into the building. There was a big discussion about leaving exposed the original building of the original door of the building. And so we took the glass from the middle and just enclosed the sides of the porches per the commission's recommendation. The front yard sign, we had some conversations about that, about its size and what it looks like, and that is in the last page. So the photos there are of what's existing, and we're hoping to improve it by putting what we're proposing on the right. This was a multi-tenant building before, so it made sense to have this sign on the left. Right now, it's just becoming a coffee shop and a small pizza restaurant. And so that's what we're proposing to do with the sign. I don't think there was pushback necessarily or feedback about the shape or the design of the sign, but more clarification about its size and dimensions. And I believe that is it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No unknown callers. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Lamberger.
I just want to thank you for listening to us,
Thank you all.
June, and taking all the feedback we gave you. I mean, it's a dramatic improvement to what we saw then.
Thank you.
So good job.
Thank you.
Completely agree. Commissioner Barth?
Ditto to that, and I would like to point out the applicant's elevations of existing versus the last review versus the current review are fantastic for all future applicants. This is what we'd like to see, so we can see the timeline of how this project has evolved. I do have one question on the left elevation. There seems to be a lack of fenestration. I would imagine because of your program, requirements or something related to that. Can you speak to that? And would you be open to sort of mimicking the fenestration that you have on the right elevation, which I think would be more in keeping with what we'd like?
Absolutely. Candace, do you mind scrolling up to the photos in the beginning of the existing conditions? The one above, page 5. So that top right photo there shows that side of the building, and it's so close to the building next to it that poses two challenges, really. One is this has to be a firewall for construction per the state building code, and the more it limits the amount of fenestration we can put in a firewall. And so that's the biggest one. The second thing that I'll point out is that this is the angle that we took that photo from, where you see the most of the back, right? As soon as you go more to the left, that building to the left hides it almost completely. So those are the two reasons why we didn't put fenestrations in there. And if we would be pushed to putting fenestrations, it would cause problems from a state building code and fire rating standpoint.
I understand that. I think I would like, I'm not as well versed in the fire code with this as it relates to fenestrations myself, but I would like to see if you all could explore putting windows there. I believe there's a exception in there for fire rated glass or something too. And, while I realize I appreciate you pointing out that, we're looking at this at a very oblique view, it's going to be hard to see it at an angle, but still, as it pertains to our projects, we like to see rhythm across facades and things like that, whether it's, a window that's covered up from the inside to look like a window from the outside or not. I think from our perspective, we would like to see some windows there. So any way you can do it, I would appreciate it.
I think I failed to mention one more thing. This is a stair shaft on the inside. So when you put in the window, it's gonna land, it's not gonna be aligned on the outside. It'll make it worse than better.
Sure. So to that point, like I mentioned, there are things you can do.
Yeah.
For example, putting the window on the outside and having it boarded up on the inside.
Yeah.
Nobody knows from the inside.
We can
that the
absolutely
window's
do
there.
that.
I think as it pertains to our guidelines and how we review those projects, as one commissioner, I think I'd just like to see some windows there. And that's not a big deal. I think, well, as we go into deliberation, I think that's something we might be able to work with staff on, but.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Lineberger?
I did not notice this until now, but is the chimney on that elevation, is the chimney going away? The existing? Or is
No.
it just not shown?
It's just not shown. We're not touching that side of the building.
Good catch. Other questions for the applicant? No? All right. Let's close for deliberation. Since this was a continued case, why don't we start with the reasons for continuation and see whether or not those were addressed according to our standards. So we can start at the top of the list. Restudy of the porch enclosure, do not include a door in front of the historic door per standards, porches 4.8 and front doors and entrances 4.10. They absolutely did that. correct?
Nailed it.
Yep. Next, restudy the front dormer. They did that. They left it alone, right? Don't have to go through that. Restudy the rear addition for its massing scale and fenestration per standards massing and complexity of form 7.7, height and width 7.8, scale 7.9, in addition 7.17, number 6. I believe they addressed that very nicely.
Mostly, but I'm with Commissioner Barth in the fenestration, the need to add fenestration to the left elevation.
I would argue both dormer and main level, at least one window. And however they want to handle that is fine, but as viewed from the outside, I think we would need to see fenestration there. And I'm fine pushing that to staff's discretion if everyone else is.
So, yeah, HDC designated, for lack of a better way to put it right now, windows.
HGC approved.
Thank you. That's a better way to put it.
All right.
Commissioner Barr, just for clarity, you would prefer the applicant match the right side, but at least one window.
It's hard to say, you know, I guess you guys could always come back to us if there's a question. That would be a great starting point if they wanted to use the right side as an example of how to provide fenestration on the other side. Yes.
Okay.
I agree with that too.
Okay. All right.
Sorry.
Okay, so we've got that bit. And then restudy the signs and the applicants paying close attention to the sign standards. A.2, numbers 3, 4, and 5, and Secretary of Interior standards 2.5. So aren't there 2 signs, one on the building and one in the yard?
The one that's on, oh, that's right. There's, yeah, the one that's on the front. There's one on the side, but that's a small little thing that still goes with our standards. But there are technically two signs in the front.
Okay.
Yeah, where is it? I know I'm not making that up. I thought the name was going to be over the front door.
It was, I think it got.
Okay, so then.
Took it out. Moved, yes.
Okay.
That came on.
Okay, so
There does appear to be a logo on the right elevation glass of the enclosed porch. too.
which is, that's different. It's a different side, a different elevation, and because,
Is that an appropriate application?
it's there. It's, hold on. Yeah.
A.2, number 5. How do we interpret that? In most circumstances, only one sign per property will be allowed. Businesses located on corner lots may request one side per street frontage, but one frontage must be designated as secondary. On the secondary frontage, only one sign will be allowed, and the sign shall not exceed 1.5 square feet in area or 3 feet in height. So are we?
Yeah, this is like, hold on, let me pull this up to make sure I'm. This reminds me of what we did with the tattoo parlor. Because we have this big church here with a parking lot, this is kind of considered.
Secondary?
Yeah, it's or like another primary facade, right? So then that would, because that is the case, then we could allow for that smaller secondary sign to be in the window. That's what we did for the tattoo parlor. I think they say it has to be a street. But because there is the church parking lot beside it, it is like a primary elevation, so.
Yeah, the spirit of that guideline is for corner lots, which you view corner lots from the side as well as the front.
Yeah,
This one, you're always gonna view from the side because of that huge gap.
exactly.
So I guess that's.
So whenever we craft a motion, we should specify that.
Mhm.
Mm.
Okay, that was the last item on the continuation list.
Let me check something out.
So when we do craft a motion, we'll want to make sure to mention the fenestration bit and make sure that the chimney, the drawings or elevations are accurate, representing all aspects of the property or the building. Because the chimney, I think, was missing. And then the sign, the fact that there is a secondary frontage because of that gap with the parking lot for the church.
Commissioner Hawkins, I believe also there's the front yard patio.
Oh,
Was that part of the continuum?
we forgot to add that.
I don't think that it was listed in the continuance, but we do need a decision on it. Because it was part of the original application.
Okay,
We just totally missed that in June.
I think so. Okay, well, let's look at the patio. Do we need
It's
to
on-
open?
Yeah, it's on number 1, page 1, site work, under site work. Let's take a moment. Yeah, I think we should reopen for more information on this because there's not. Wait, applicant has provided revised information.
Looks like stone.
Huh?
Looks like stone.
Yeah, so I think that it originally was like an outdoor concrete seating area, and it was revised to just a circular flagstone that removable furniture can be placed on.
Okay,
So that's not considered permanent. Correct, Candace?
The outdoor furniture, I don't believe will be permanent, but the patio surface, but the applicant might be able to talk to that.
let's reopen.
Thank you. So right now there's chairs, wood chairs sitting on grass, and we're proposing just to lift those off of the grass. And originally we had pavers designed for this, and that might have been too much. So we reduced it to just kind of plain stone scattered around that area to just lift those chairs and make it walk
like
a little bit more.
landscape stones.
Yeah, pretty
So
much.
not even like mortared in place
No,
on a
no.
slab or anything.
Yeah.
So not permanent.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Correct? Not
Yes,
permanent.
not permanent.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
any other questions for the applicant about anything else or the patio?
What size is that? Would you say that quote unquote paved surface for the seating area would be? Like how large? is it?
Let me,
Looks like a circle. So what diameter do you have there?
That's a good question.
he's pulling it up from the Revit model right now. It's about 18 feet diameter.
Would it be good to add that to the site plan?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a notation. Oh, sorry. I think it's a notation thing. I mean, we just need it clarified. Now, whether we're okay with it or not is a different discussion.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's fine. It's kind of like an extension of the porch, which is nice. I'm just trying to see if it's, Candace, it's technically permeable.
Yes, I mean, staff can't approve it because it's in the front yard,
Yeah.
but it's a permeable removable.
Yeah.
This is basically the location right here, shown on the screen.
As, as with everything, well, first, let's look at 8.2. As with everything in our districts, this says that, now this is walks and walkways in front and side yards or those that are substantially visible from the street. And it says a new construction should follow the historic design patterns of the surrounding environment. So, you know, it does talk about not putting paved areas, which this is not, for parking, which this is not. I believe down the street, where's this? Yeah, down the street, remember by a Thai Taste, is it Thai Taste? We allowed that. Like a seating area to the side, front side area. Candace, do you remember that? Did we have them push it back or did we keep it up? Yeah, we kept it up front because we didn't want to get in the way of the door.
Yeah, it's technically in their parking lot.
Okay.
Already paved.
Yeah, it was already paved.
The only thing that I can think that would be comparable to this, now this is a commercial property, but there was a house on Thomas Avenue and Plaza where they got rid of grass and replaced it with like mulch for a fire pit or something
I
like that.
remember that.
It was a
but that's-
private residence and I
it
think that's
was.
slightly
Because
different.
we're in a commercial zone.
And this is a different context.
Mm.
And so do you have, are we open?
We are open.
So is there, where else along this street can we find that sort of setup?
I can't say that it exists. So as a part of making this coffee shop a unique place, it's been kind of a community hub for Morning Miles, a running club. And so we're trying to make it cozy and homey on this commercial street.
Sure.
So further down, they have more outdoor seating. This is directly across the street, which is a little bit tied into the actual structure, but what they're asking for is completely temporary in
Yeah.
terms of furniture and the paving.
Okay.
Is the material considered traditional? That stone, that gravel is considered traditional, right? Correct.
Gravel and then flagstone or just a cement paver.
Okay.
I think in our motion, we'd want to make there's certain like fake looking stamped concrete stone paver things that we'd want to avoid. I think we just want them to approve those with staff. I don't think they would do something like that, but you never know. So it's worth
I
putting.
would also suggest maybe staying away from gravel because we don't want to make it look like it's a front yard parking situation. You just want to do like a traditional flagstone or concrete paver, like not stamped, but just a natural stone.
Natural stone.
Landscape.
What I want to avoid is them having to come back. It got like something that's a non-traditional building material out here.
Yeah, so calling it landscaping, making sure it's natural stone and specifying that it is removable, is temporary, I think are the three ways to couch that in our motion.
Okay. And we are reclosed for deliberation. All right.
I have to say, just take a moment to say, and I know that they've already said it, but to have people listen to us after we've given feedback is so refreshing. So as another commissioner, I just want to say thank you.
Well, thank you all. You guys probably don't hear this, but you guys are awesome.
Okay. All right.
We're closed, but yes.
Close, but we thank you.
We appreciate it. All right. It's nice to be able to laugh sometimes. Okay. Are you ready for a motion? Anybody?
I can.
Okay.
If somebody else was passionate. Okay. I'd like to make a motion rather to approve this project with the following conditions. Number one, that the drawings be updated to reflect the accurate as-built conditions, specifically the fireplace and chimney on the right-hand side, right-hand side. No, left-hand side, excuse me. Left-hand side. And for contractor permit-ready drawings be submitted to staff for approval. Number two, would ask that the applicant work with staff on placing adequate fenestration on the left-hand elevation, specifically the dormer and main level addition, using the right elevation as an example. And staff may come back to the commission if any questions arise from that. That would be section, what section is that under? That's Windows, 714 Windows. Where's Rhythm?
714, that's right.
7.14 for Windows. I guess that's it.
Yeah.
Okay. And realizing that there are certain code limitations, would just like to point out that there are different solutions to adding fenestration and maintaining those code standards. And did we have any issues with the signage? Okay. Oh, yes, thank you. And we are allowing the secondary sign on the right elevation because this lot is treated similar to a corner lot, given its adjacency to said church with its parking lot and open S.
8.2.
8.2, number 5, I believe. And then would also like to mention that the applicants may work with staff for the paved sitting area in the front yard, requesting that the applicant, as mentioned, will be putting non-permanent, permeable, paved landscape stones in this area. And they are to be made of historic natural materials, and to work with staff on those details, requesting that that information be also placed on the drawings for final review. That was 8.
8.4, number 8.4.
8.4. We'll just 8.4, number 6.
All right.
Wait, I just want to make sure that we have all of the things too that staff included in notes. So it provides specification sheet for aluminum framed windows. Did we have that one? And provide images of front steps with dimensions and material callouts. New metal handrails. They wanted to know if they're going to be attached at mortar joints or freestanding.
Well, let's see, for windows, I mean, we have our standard set of approved window specs. I don't know that they provided one. Let's see. I wasn't here for June.
Are you okay with just referencing?
Staff's notes?
Mhm.
For most of those things, yes. Well, all of those things, yes. Staff can always come back. I mean, they're not called out in the drawings, but I am confident that will be resolved in the permit ready set. And staff can come to us if it is not accurate.
The commission is okay with the aluminum storefront kind of window, because this is not, they're not asking for like an aluminum clad.
So this is the the window going in the arched openings.
Yeah.
Similar to
Yes.
300 East.
Mhm.
I don't know about the aluminum storefront, actually, to be honest.
It seems like it's gonna need to be kind of
More of a,
custom made, so
Yeah.
maybe it could be wood. It could be wood too, I suppose.
it could be wood, or I don't know how they did it on 300 East. But to me, a simple frameless glass with silicone would be how you would attach it. And sometimes, you might even do more of a lower profile, less invasive channel for it to sit in, rather than aluminum storefront, which is bulkier, going to be a little more visible. So do you
Yeah.
guys agree with that? Do you guys agree?
I agree with that. Yeah. Yeah. We agree.
So to restate, in sort of a motion form, I would say aluminum storefront on the front porch glazing, the enclosed front porch glazing is not approved, but we would look that they work with staff on either frameless glass that is less impactful to the historic architectural features.
Yes, thank you.
What about all of the other staff notes?
And then the rest of the staff notes, I'm comfortable with the applicant working with staff on that.
Okay. All right. Motion made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Parati. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to approve with conditions passes 7-0. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next application is 2000 Dilworth Road West, and I believe the applicant is in the room. Okay. This application again is 2000 Dilworth Road West. The proposed project is new construction of a residential building and an accessory structure. I will ask the applicant to keep in mind that we're trying to keep the meeting moving forward and to limit your presentation to new information and the continued items that are listed in the staff memo on page 1. You've both been sworn in? Yes. If you could state your names and addresses for the court reporter, and then let me know what page you'd like to start on.
Yes, my name is Garrett Nelson. I am the principal owner of Garrett P. Nelson Studio. My address is 222 Greenway Avenue, and that's Charlotte, North Carolina, 28204.
And I am Sarah Trawick. I'm an architectural designer with GPN Studio, and my address is 316 Alpha Mill Lane, apartment 107. And that's 28206.
And we confirm that you were sworn in. Yes.
That's correct.
Yes.
As was John Charles Kernodle, who is the homeowner, who was also sworn in and might have some comments later.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And let the record show Commissioner Taylor has recused.
Thank you. If you'd let me know what you'd like to start on.
Just go to the cover sheet. Yeah. Good afternoon, staff, commissioners, and Madam Chair. Want to thank you for your time and energy regarding this project. To reiterate the last applicant, we also think that you all are very awesome. So I just want to start off by saying that. If you could go to the slide number 2. Since Commissioner Lineberger and Commissioner Barth weren't at the June presentation, would you like me to go over the project description, or do you feel that the two of you have a good grasp on this project? Oh, you did? Okay. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that.
Good to go.
Okay. Thank you. So if you could go to the next image, Candace, that would be great. Okay. Back one more if you don't mind. Yeah. What I'd love to reiterate, so this is a new image that we just wanted to show the entire boundary of the historic district, which I'm sure all of you are very familiar. The other thing that we want to reinforce is excerpt from the Charlotte Historic District Design Standards, page 3.2, which states lots along the major arteries such as East Boulevard, Dilworth Road East, and Dilworth Road West, which is the site where our property is, are larger since they are most desirable locations within the neighborhood. When in an establishment, the homes along the grand avenues are larger and more academic in form and detailing. So that was the only new information that we did provide on this next slide. Regarding the massing of the project, I'd like to turn over the next slides to Sarah, and we will discuss with you all the new information that we're providing for you today regarding that.
Okay. So this slide reiterates, that within 360-degree context, that the larger homes are on Dilworth Road West. And because this is a corner lot, we also have some frontage on Magnolia Avenue where you will see some smaller homes, which we have pictured up at the top left corner. On the following slide, so on page 6.2, the standard states that for proposed new single family structures, the context is defined as a 360-degree view from the sidewalk in front of the subject parcel. So we took a panorama in front of our subject property and kind of pointed out homes that were in that immediate context. We, in the last meeting, had some questions on whether certain projects were applicable in our neighborhood context. And so we just kind of wanted to illustrate that. So on the next page, so the following diagrams are indicative to the massing reductions that we made to the home, which we will kind of list out shortly. So you'll see on the top right slide the proposed footprint of our house. And we kind of took this context boundary, since this is a corner lot, we thought that these blocks were important to us. Our subject property is in that yellow box, and we kind of went through the streets and the sites and showed subject properties that were wider than our proposed, which is in the blue, and then the pink is properties that are deeper than our proposed footprint, and then orange is wider and deeper. So when you look at the proposed footprint holistically, you can see that on 4 separate occasions, there are homes that are deeper and wider than our proposed footprint, 3 of which are in the corner lot conditions, which was mentioned in the June meeting. The proposed home also aligns with the width of the homes in the immediate context as stated in standard 6.9. So on the following slide. So we are looking to maintain the existing tree line, which has along Magnolia Street, they're very mature, I believe they're camellias, street trees on the property. And these essentially will block the pedestrian view of that master suite pod that you kind of see in that gray block area. So this diagram kind of illustrates that from a pedestrian standpoint, and how it will be experienced from the street as a pedestrian, that the main massing of the home is very synonymous with the surrounding context and in a way kind of the same size or smaller than the other homes, especially on Dilworth Road West, which are marked in orange.
So on the next slide. So in the next couple slides, we're kind of going to, that was kind of going over width and depth, and then we're going to go through height, and then we're going to do a big summary. So this is a streetscape diagram showing the 2000 block on Dilworth Road West. We did reduce the house by 1 foot 11 inches, so almost 2 feet, by reducing ceiling heights and reducing the pitch of the roof, which we'll kind of go over a little bit more in detail. Although we did lose the alignment of that left side ridge to the neighboring house, we are still able to align the entry eaves and the fascias to the neighboring home. So the highest ridge line is now at 747.5 feet over the grade, which makes that a 31.9 foot tall house from the grade, which is 2 feet shorter than 2022 Dilworth Road West. Or, sorry, 2.7 feet shorter. And this also aligns, you know, this is almost a little over 8 feet shorter than our maximum height for our UDO. And we are still looking at a 1.5-story house. As you guys all know, the standard Charlotte Historic Design Standard 6.9 states that it cannot be taller. It should be no taller than the tallest single-family historic building on the block, which it's not on this block. So if you go to the next slide, since this is on a corner lot, we decided to show the 1900 block on the other side of the house. And then on this side of the block, you can see the 3 houses on the end of this block are in fact a good bit taller. So the 2 homes are 3.3 feet taller than our house, one of which is not a historic home, but one of which is. And then the other house is about the same height. So this is just to kind of further prove just the scale of our house and to give you guys a little bit more context of where it sits. And then lastly, the streetscape on Magnolia Avenue. So this diagram hasn't changed since the June, but this kind of shows, you know, our scaling and how we stepped back with our roof lines and how we're kind of pushing back the massing on the site. So if you look at C and D, this will actually be hidden by the landscaping on the site. So you won't actually experience that from the street view, even though it does exist. So those kind of smaller wings that are stepping back onto Magnolia Avenue, they're lower than the adjacent ridge line, and they're also a lot farther back on that site. And then on the next slide, so in summary, our highest ridge is at 31.9. There is 5 houses that are taller than this proposed project on the subject block of Dilworth Road West. And that left side ridge is 28.6. So it does step down as you kind of go towards the shorter side of the block. The primary sweet pod is 3 feet lower than the neighboring ridge. And then the carriage home is 4.2 feet lower than the neighboring ridge. And the highest ridge is 0.8 feet higher than the original home. So we're talking about 9 inches than the original home that's currently standing. And then that left side area is 2.5 feet shorter than what the original home is. So there's a lot of kind of layering and lowering of the roof lines that's going on in this design. And then for the width, we have that front bay width is 49 feet, and then in total, the footprint is 52 feet. So all of our measurements were taken from Polaris and Google Earth. So, you know, there's obviously some variance in there because we don't have surveys of all of these houses. But from our calculations, the average width of the homes on our subject block was 50 feet. And so the standard states that we have to be within, we can't be more than 10% of that average width, which is 55 feet. So we're right now 52 at the very max. And then for the depth, the original home depth was 48 feet. And then the depth of the proposed home along Magnolia Avenue is 60 feet, including that master pod wing. That additional 24 feet of depth for that primary bedroom is set back 48 feet from the street. So like we said, it's kind of behind that landscape wall. And this will, oh yeah, I already said that. And then the proposed home is 26 feet less deep than that neighboring house on Magnolia Avenue that is kind of like in the backyard of our subject property. So kind of in short, we believe this proposed home is synonymous and or smaller than the other homes on corner sites in Dilworth, and especially like on the main arterial streets of Dilworth. And based upon the historic design standards, there were no standards addressing the depth allowed for new construction, but because we're on a quarter lot, obviously we have to be sensitive to our street context and, you know, those neighboring houses on that facade as well as the Dilworth Road West. And then the next slide.
Real quick, what we did is we just wanted to show you the 3D massing of it, and I will go through on the individual elevations next about all the reductions that we had made. The one thing that, again, I wanted to reiterate to you on this image is design standard 6.10. So what we really tried to do is create a human scale by including functional elements typical to the historic context, such as porches and porticos. We also utilized the material to break down the mass of the building and reinforce the human scale. Again, as I mentioned back in the June meeting, what we found really exciting about this property is it being on a corner where we really do have two front elevations. So we really wanted to address the pedestrian scale both on Magnolia and also Dilworth Road West. And then as I get to the elevation study, again, I'm going to reiterate how we really tried to use the layering that was established by design standards and really tried to mass the house down as it went down the smaller scale of Magnolia Street. We also, care should be taken in design larger scale structures on the edges of the district, i.e. the residential streets that meet the quarters of different zoning. In these instances, the new buildings should use scale reduction techniques, which I will discuss along Magnolia, as well as the elevations that face the historic dwellings. So again, with Dilworth Road West being, you know, more of a major artery based upon the design standards, this is where we have a little bit more of the height. Again, all the height that's being shown is still lower than the adjacent house. This ridge line here did get lower when we reduced the home from the adjacent house, but at the same time, we were able to maintain this gentle swoop in the fascia board that's adjacent to the main entrance, aligns with the portico to the house directly to our left. So we didn't lose that element. The ways that we reduced the house, we lowered the first floor ceiling height by 9 inches. And then also we simply reduced the pitch of the roof from a 1612 to a 1512, and that's what reduced all the massing. We also reduced a lot of windows in terms of the scales by either pushing back the dormers or limiting a light. But I'll go through that with you on the next couple of slides. We go to the next one. Thank you. Again, just to reinforce, based upon design standards 3.21, and I won't read through it again, but we were going with that English cottage standards that were established from that guideline. Again, with the asymmetrical facades, steeply pitched roofs, and a cat slide roof over the main entry, which we have. And then we could talk about materiality once we get a little bit further. But if you could bear with me, what I'd love to do is to highlight certain areas that we did reduce. So the first thing is this ridge line here. We lowered that by 1'11", so that was almost 2 feet of a reduction. The stair bay, we reduced the width of it by 1'5", so that got reduced in the overall width. And then with the reduction of the roof lines everywhere, we were able to reduce the height of this prominent chimney mast by 2'2", and then this chimney mast by almost 4 feet, 4 inches. So we reduced that significantly. And we felt like that was a good sign because, again, that's along that major artery, but also that is also a prominent feature along the Magnolia side. Regarding the scale of this front dormer, we actually pushed the whole dormer back a full foot. And then we reduced the lights of the windows that were within it by 1 light. So that reduced it by almost 13 inches, but I'll show that to you in more detail when we get to the Magnolia elevation. Another thing that we did based upon the comments is we removed that whimsical little fireplace window from the fireplace massing. And then another thing to bring down a little bit more scale for the pedestrians, we lowered all our head heights from 8 feet to 7'6" along the major artery of Dilworth Road West. And then we continued that for the symmetry along Magnolia. I know I'm throwing a whole lot at you, but let me just purge on you and then we can go into the comments. Could you go to the next slide, please, Candace? Which should be the Magnolia side, which again is, yeah, this is it. Thank you. So this is a dormer that we reduced. So we did push that back by a foot and then we reduced a single light, which brought the scale of that up. So hopefully that feels a little bit more intimate to, again, our secondary street edge here. And then some of the same principles that I'd like to note is, go ahead.
We also reduced the width of that
Of the whole.
dormer by a foot as well.
Yep, that's correct. Thank you. And then everything else is very similar to what we talked about on the front by reducing the ridge lines by simply lowering the first floor ceiling height and then also just changing the pitch of the roof to a 1512 from a 1612. You know, 1512 obviously is still a very steep pitch roof, so we felt like that still was going to fit within the design line and the standards that were established within the standards book. You go to the next slide. And again, this is just going to, again, reinforce some of the heights that we did lower that I've already mentioned before. So this chimney got lowered by 2 foot, 2 inches. All the ridge lines got lower. So this ridge line is now 2 feet lower than the adjacent ridge line. And then the primary pod roof got lowered by 2 feet as well. So that even lowers it even more to the adjacent smaller home that is aligned as you step down Magnolia Street, which we could go back and show that to you in our cross section if you would like. We go to the next slide. And again, as we mentioned back in the June, so we wanted to keep this elevation, which is the interior lot elevation, where we get most of our square footage. And then again, we used the layering technique since this is the facade along Dilworth Road West. And then this is kind of the facade that you would see across the site, stepping down to the Magnolia smaller homes. Again, we can show you in context of what we did there. Another thing that we had done is we did reduce these windows, which was another comment that was made from commissioners. So we reduced them not only in width, but in height. So not only did those make the windows smaller, that also made the shutters a little bit smaller as a presence along that elevation. And as Sarah alluded to earlier, we did reduce the stair bay significantly, so that had a smaller mass. We still feel like that stair bay is really important because as you're walking down Dilworth Road West, we think that that element is going to be very prominent to the streetscape and then also to the pedestrian, and then allow that south elevation to really kind of step down in scale as it gets to the lower existing homes along Magnolia. If you could just go on to the floor plans, there was really not much to discuss. The only thing, you know, with the reduction of the home, we're lost approximately 100 square feet to the home. The square feet really wasn't a topic that was of concerning to the commissioners, but so that's why we really just tried to focus on doing some subtle adjustments to the overall scale of the home. we're hoping that, these subtle movements will really, represent to you a pretty significant change in the overall scale and the massing of the home. After our wonderful meeting that we had with you in June and the positive feedback that we got for the overall home, the style of it and the architecture, I know that, reducing the first floor height and changing the pitch roof doesn't necessarily seem like it's going to equate to a lot, but I think, with the overall 2-foot drop in the main ridge line, as well as some of the more significant reductions to the chimney masses, especially the one being almost 4'4" lower from the original. We're hoping that we're going in a much better direction based upon the great comments that we got from you back in June. With that being said, I would love to open up the conversation to the commissioners and allow us to address some of the other elements that you may have concerns with. And we can always go back to some of the sections and details, and then we can go hopefully further on into this process and look at window proportions and everything like that within this meeting. You have anything to add?
No.
Okay.
Thank you. We have no unknown callers.
All right. Thank you for walking us through those changes. I'll be honest, it was very helpful to hear you talk through them because it wasn't as obvious for me initially. So thank you for that. Commissioners, questions for the applicant? Commissioner Lineberger?
Yeah, I just have some comments, I guess, more than questions. I really think that this project has been given an abundance of what I like to refer to as pretty privilege. And Ken's heard that term before, haven't you? The context and the scale and the massing, these high level parameters that we refer to in our standards frequently and frequently did today already, that's the foundation for the others follow from. It doesn't start from having a beautiful design and then we contort and adapt our standards to fit and justify it. So I believe that, unfortunately, that I wasn't here in June. I have reviewed it extensively. The presentation from June, as well as going back to when we initially approved the demolition of the house, which was June of 23. And, at that point, we expressed concern specifically. Jill Walker expressed concern about, given the new UDO standards, the domino effect that could happen, begin to happen in Dilworth if, and cautioned against that because we were concerned about losing this historic home that is already, 3,200 square feet. And when we're talking about Dilworth and we're talking about the grand avenues and being larger in form, that relationship is a 3,200 square foot house on Dilworth Road to an 1,800, 2,000 square foot house on Magnolia. That's the relationship. It's not a 5,000 square foot house in relationship to a 1,800 square foot house on Magnolia, or cottage and bungalow. So, we go back to the preamble too, says the goal, so this is the very beginning of new construction for residential buildings on 6.1. The goal for creating a new building within a historic district should be to fit in and not stand out. The design of a new home or multifamily building should respect and not compete with its historic neighbors because preservation of the distinctive character of the district is the overarching goal. The scale, mass, and size of a building defines its relationship to surrounding historic structures more than the decorative details applied. So, and then we have the English cottage description. It's a simpler and smaller version of an English Tudor was the original cottage style. So this is not simpler. It's not smaller, and it will definitely stand out, most certainly stand out, and be a new element and introduce a new avenue really for development, and will usher in versus be a new standard to follow, unfortunately. Hopefully not. It will usher in a whole new era, in my opinion, for Dilworth. And it will encourage, building a structure on a historic lot, tearing down historic homes that we are trying not to do, and building a structure that really is something that is more keeping with another neighborhood. Commissioner Parati mentioned this also in the June 23 demolition, the concern that I think all of us felt about why here. There are 8 historic districts. Why here? Because this really fits in, the style fits in, the size, the scale, it fits in another neighborhood, and it doesn't fit in Dilworth. So I don't think we've hit these initial larger, the scale and massing. I think you were asked to come back and address the scale and context and massing. That was number 1. And I don't think it was just reducing some details. I think it was the holistic approach that everyone, what you were asked to restudy. We've got simplify the aesthetics so the overall structure feels more in keeping with the houses around it. If you just take, Candace, can you go to slide 14, please? So if we just take, the comparison, just looking at the Zoutwell, and you look at, the Magnolia, the second streetscape, if you zoom in on that a little bit, I'm sorry, Candace, the Dilworth, but just the second one that shows Magnolia Avenue and the house across the street from Magnolia on Dilworth Road. Yeah, just the bottom. Yeah. Yes, thank you. I mean, yes, that house might be a little wider. I mean, y'all presented that as being wider than the proposed, but look at that relationship. That is what we're talking about when we're talking about context and immediate adjacent surroundings. That is substantially larger. So I don't think that it's gone far enough to address these larger high-level items. And I don't think, so I'm going to refer back to 6.8 number 1, which is relate massing to those of existing adjacent historic houses. For instance, if a street is primarily colonial revival style houses with simple massing, do not introduce a new building with a complex massing. That's exactly what's happened. It's exactly what we have here. Colonial revival style houses with simple massing. That's what mostly exists along the adjacent immediate 360-degree surroundings. So we can't go to number 6, which is scale reducing techniques, 6.8 number 6, to scale reducing techniques when we don't have a massing that is appropriate to begin with. So I just think, anyway, I'll let other commissioners weigh in, but I don't think that this is appropriate. It's beautiful. And I think that's where I get the pretty privilege. I think that was stated abundantly in June, in June. And I think that we're losing sight of the standards and what we need to be upholding. That's not our purview.
I don't want to restate everything that Commissioner Lineberger has said. I'll just say I agree. I appreciate the fact that you took out the chimney fireplace and simplified the front elevation that way, that you have lowered the ridge line by a foot. I don't think that it's gone far enough, particularly on the Magnolia elevation. I'm looking at slide number 11. And so the sections in orange that are both wider and deeper, because as we were saying earlier, and I think you all were here for the conversation we had with another applicant when we said, and this, I feel like this is so trite at this point. It is a holistic approach that we take. It is not that we've checked the box that, oh, we're shorter than these other houses, or we are, those other houses are wider than us. It's shorter, slimmer, more simplified in its style, all of these little details. And I do remember there being some healthy debate last time you all were here about how compared to, I believe, the box type styles that someone was referring to, that yours is different and simple for its particular style. When we're talking about context and the way something fits within the language that's already there, this seems to be speaking a different language. It is also by far, when we're looking at wider and deeper, it has more flourish. I think that is a term that I used before. So it does stand out. And in my opinion, is not compatible with the context of that streetscape.
Great. Thank you, Commissioners.
Can I challenge that for 1 second?
Oh, sure.
It's why we're here.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. You know, you all set up the standard books, which has, been very, very helpful for
The
us.
communities.
Excuse me?
We didn't, the neighbors.
How do we design for opinions, though? If we're going by the guidelines that were established by here, how do we design towards opinions? Because I
What do
feel
you
like
mean there?
Excuse me?
What do you mean opinions?
Well, because one of the things that you just said, you said, in my opinion, I feel like the scale is still too big for the neighborhood. And listen, we have loved the experience, but this is now costing serious money for homeowners. And I feel like we can't design around opinions. We really need to design around the standards that you have established within the book. And I feel like we've done a really good job at addressing all of them, especially with the way that there are some variances when you get to the larger streets of having larger homes on them. The layering components that the standards really gave us a good aid to go by as we get down to the smaller section of Magnolia. And in terms of not fitting into the context, I have to challenge that, because if you literally look at the house that's directly to our left, we're about the exact same scale as that one is, both in ridge height and lowering our fascia boards. So
And the style.
and the style. So we just struggle when, because we went through the meeting notes, and you all were so positive about the architecture, and we have all the quotes that are here, but we really struggled when we heard comments, I feel, or in my opinion. We can't design for that.
You're right. You're absolutely right. So let me restate.
Okay.
Your house is taller, deeper, and more, and not as simple as the other houses. So those are facts.
It's
I
not
just
taller,
disagree.
It's the fifth shortest house on that.
When I said taller and wider. So again, it's holistic.
It's 40.
Let's make sure one person is speaking at a time. If that's okay, we have a court reporter.
It's 49 feet wide when the average width on that block is 50 feet. And the standard states it can't be 10% over that, which is 55, which we are perfectly in line with that. And height wise, it will be the fifth shortest house on that block. And in depth, we have documented houses that in scale holistically in that orange block are wider, taller, and deeper in our
Yeah,
presentation.
we're, 100%, we don't want you to feel like this is argumentative. We're at a point now where this is costing serious money for our homeowners. And again, it's really hard for us to design around. My opinion is when we're doing the best we can to maintain the integrity of this home. And we know we have a bullseye on our back in terms of being the first one. And that's why we were really looking forward to collaborating with you, and it's been a wonderful process, but, well, it has been. I mean, this is a challenging and a very difficult process.
Sure. So to keep it moving, why don't we do this? Because then clearly I don't understand. There are these houses that you've referred to that are historic, that are taller and wider, not taller or wider, but taller and wider, and just as ornate as this one. Could we pull those up now, please?
Sure. This keeps turning off on me.
Slide.
How do you turn this back on?
If you can go to slide number, it's 4 on our diagram, or go down, sorry. It's the number 10.
10, yeah. Thank you. I got it. You can walk them through that one because we have that documentation as well.
So the house 1914 Dilworth Road West is taller and wider by,
Oh, yeah,
it is 54 feet wide, and it is 3.5 feet taller than our proposed project.
Is that a corner lot? It doesn't appear to be. Is it a corner?
No. It's,
Okay, so go on.
It's 3 houses in, it's 1914.
Yeah, okay. And the next one?
And then 1908, which I'm weary to point to because it's not a historic home.
Well, then let's not talk about that one. So let's go to the next historic one that you're referencing.
And 1900, which is on the corner, that is 50 feet wide, and that is 0.2 feet taller than our house.
And I'm sorry, I just want to catch up with you. So it's 50 feet wide. I thought ours was 52. No?
Our front block is 49 feet. In total, it's 50 feet with that 2-foot little notch out.
I'm sorry. I feel like we're talking in circles. Will you give me the width and height? And I know it's here, just for now, the width and height of ours versus 1900.
So our house is 52 in total from. I guess it's
52
with that
width.
scale reduced.
Yes, out to out with scale.
So that's what I just said. So 50,
I'm
okay.
sorry, does that include the 1-story side porch? Which of these
Yes,
houses?
that does.
Okay, so I think that's probably where some of the commission is not maybe in design, is not maybe seeing your design where you guys are wide all the way vertically, right? So some of these houses are wide, but they're only 1-story wide. And I think that's maybe what some of the commissioners are thinking or
That's
saying.
exactly what we're,
Yes,
I'm going to challenge that too.
because we're pointing out houses that are that wide.
we're working together. So 1900. So I said our house, that the subject house was 52 feet wide. You said no. So how wide is it?
Yes, our subject property is 52.
So it is 52. Okay. And the 1900 is 50 or 52?
That one is 50. So in that diagram, which is confusing. So that front bay, that street facing on Dilworth is 49 feet, which is what we're getting confused about.
Can you go to the front elevation? I'll show you exactly.
Ma'am, I'm so sorry, please.
Yeah,
And I know that there are insets and scale reducing techniques you all have so wonderfully used, right? I am asking just simply, what is the height of this house to the tallest peak? What is the width of this house without giving me all of the nuances? If you can tell me that and compare it to the other houses, because I don't want to give opinions, I want to give facts. So 1,900, how tall is the house?
That house is 0.2 feet taller, so ours is 31.2. Let me make sure that's correct. So that is 32.1 and ours is 31.9.
32.1 height and 50 width. So it's taller but slimmer,
Yeah, by 2 feet. Mhm.
right? All of that matters, right? The ridge came down by 1 foot.
Yeah,
So
what we were talking
yeah.
about, 49 feet is what's actually up along the Dilworth Road west elevation. 30 feet back is that extra 2 feet. So we were looking at the 49 feet in the pedestrian scale, just so you know
Sure.
that that's where our dimensions are coming from. But if you do take those ins and outs, the overall width.
Thank you. I
52.
appreciate
So
that.
you're correct.
And so even looking at 1,900, are you saying that your style of house is as simple as this one?
Which one's
1,900, we're talking about.
1914, which is that brick house right there. And that project that's next door to
Yeah,
us,
the house that's to the left of us. Could we pull up that?
I would say is synonymous to our style house, which is, if you just scroll a little
Yeah,
bit.
scroll up a little bit. Yeah, it's this one right here,
Yeah.
this house. So this is directly to the left of us.
Sure. And what's the height and width on that one?
So that height is 31.3 and our total is 31.9.
And the width of that house?
Second. 46.
And these are from grade to ridge, right? Not
So the
including any
heights we
kind of.
got from the Zotwell surveys,
That's
which
correct.
are accurate. The widths and depths we got from Polaris and Google Earth, which will likely have a variance to that.
And then we went
And
out with a wheel
Yeah.
to confirm it, and we were within 6 inches of each of them
So, yeah.
by just walking the street with the wheel to get the accurate dimension of it. Because we know that this is, this is very critical for the success of this home.
So that one is ornate, but it's small. Well, you all would argue that there's a part of the frontage of your house that's set back, or
So the house next door, the frontage is, there's a 3-foot difference in our frontage than the house next to it.
Store also has the 1-story, part of that width is the 1-story porch
right,
versus the 2-story mass.
right.
Well, we also have that 1-story mass on the right-hand side, so we layered that. So really your main mass is just centralized to that elevation. So we took cues from that of having both those side elevations radius down to the pedestrian scale. So again, it's just our design intent of what we were trying to do to bring back a beautiful home within the
Yeah, if you
neighborhood
go-
and fit within the context and scale.
If you go to that massing summary, you can see that 1-story element on that corner. Go to that.
15?
16.
And we have some more questions from commissioners. So Commissioner Wojcik?
So I am the one that said, oh, find all of these dimensions from these houses in the surrounding area, because I do think that it was going to be important in helping with the width and the height and the depth. And obviously we are very close, but I think what got missed in the request, and I said this, so I know that it was said, we all gooed and gawed and said how beautiful this house was, but we said, it just doesn't seem to go with the houses around it. And at the very end of all of the discussion about height and width, I looked at it and I said, I really think that the form is just too complex. All of the dormers and the roof pitches and the swoops and all of the design details and offsets and things are absolutely gorgeous, but they don't go with anything else on that street. And I remember looking at the Zatwell when I said that, and that was kind of the last note of when we said, please review all of the elevations for complexity. Please review the project for the complexity of form. And though you have addressed the height very obviously detailed, the complexity of form was not addressed at all. It's the exact same house. It's just 2 feet shorter or 2 feet narrower. And the complexity of the form did not change. If we look at the inspiration or the pictures that you have on page 26, there are absolutely beautiful Tudor-esque cottage arched openings and accent roofs and different materials going together. And you cannot tell me that if you look at 1914 Dilworth, 2008 Dilworth, or 1901 or 2000 Dilworth, that you actually think that the architectural style of the house that you're proposing to us has the same form of complexity that those houses have.
Is that a question?
That is a question.
I think 1901 has some very complex components to it. I think 2008 has some very complex components to it. I just think that there's some beautiful massing in all of them. They're very eccentric and very asymmetrical. But again, that's within the guidelines of the cottage that's based upon the book.
Absolutely. But when you look at those houses and you look at your proposed house, the complexity is very different. If you came back with something that looked like 1901, that had side dormers and front dormers and offset for that pretty arched front door and then this pretty sunroom to the side, there is a context relationship there, but you didn't change anything on the outside of the house. So just because it's pretty doesn't mean that it fits. And you're giving us great examples of that neighborhood, but I don't think they're being put into your project. And the reason why we say aye is because until we vote, it is our opinion. We are saying it based on our expertise on being on this board. And so we can't speak for each other until we speak as a committee. So that's why each of us typically says, I think, as a discussionary element, not to make it confusing, but to represent information. When we vote, it is a committee vote and we either agree or we don't agree. So I don't want you to think it's just us saying whatever, but until we get to that point, we are speaking for ourselves. And we're on this board because each of us has something to bring to this board.
I don't remember me ever saying that.
Well, you said that it was our opinions and it is our interpretation of the documentation that is being presented.
Okay, thank you.
All right, other questions for the applicant? All right, let's close for deliberation. I think we can pick up where Commissioner Wojcik just left off, and as well as what has been already reiterated by Commissioners Lineberger and Parati. I'll admit, this has the halo effect for me. It did have the halo effect for me, and so I can admit to that. Beautiful. There were some adjustments, but to your point, if we look back at why this case was continued, can we in good faith say that the standards were applied to make adjustments? Was it simplified?
We just spoke at length during another application process about a holistic approach. And so this house is pushing the envelope on all the things, on height, on width, on depth. we as I want it stated for the record, do not use landscaping as a scale reducing technique. We have to look at the house as if the landscaping did not exist. So to camouflage how deep this house runs on the lot is not something that we can do. And it is, to your point, an incredibly beautiful house that is not speaking the same language as the houses around it. And so, yes, it is my opinion, based on the standards and my interpretation of them, that this house does not fit on this particular lot.
Commissioner Barr?
I mean, I don't think I'm going to contribute much beyond what was already said. I think, Commissioner Wojcik and Parati have stated a lot that are relevant here. I will say, like looking at 1901 Dilworth Road East, to the applicant's point, or maybe counterpoint to that, there is a certain simplicity that is sort of elegant and understated there. I think, per their testimony, they've done certain things that I appreciate, like reducing the height, reducing the size by a little bit, and provided enough evidence to show that scale-wise, they're in a better position, and in fact, under some of the context examples. However, I think architecturally and detail-wise, there is so much going on with this house. Granted, as I'll keep saying, gorgeous house, beautiful design. But comparing it to 1901, the architectural cues are just much more subtle. So if some of those elements could be toned back, like the radius roofs, I mean, it's all over this thing. The dormers, the main roof lines, everything. If we look at 2000 Dilworth Road, it has a flared and radius roof line, but it's only one type, one part of the roof. It's not the entire thing. There's just a subtlety and a minimal aspect to these types of Tudor examples that I think is expressed in these pieces that is not in the house. So I think, at least in my opinion, I think that's what needs the most work, and to their point, I think they've expressed that this house, and it does. I mean, there are some large homes on Dilworth Road, and there have been scale reducing techniques done, but architecturally, I think it's just too far, for what it's worth.
Commissioner Lamberger?
I just want to go back to context, 6.2, and the 360-degree. Proposed new single-family structures. The context is defined as 360-degree view from the sidewalk in front of the subject parcel. So, we keep, even referring back to 1901, that's a block away. That's not 360 degrees from the center of this parcel. It is the immediate adjacent properties. I mean, we just did this again on East Boulevard. It's that immediate context. So, this part of Dilworth Road, the lots are there are parts of Dilworth Road that have grander and larger lots and allow for larger structures, because that meets the scale to the lot and to those surrounding homes. But this is, we've got to address this immediate area. And it just does not fit in that immediate 360-degree range.
Thank you, Commissioners Barth and Commissioner Lineberger. Other thoughts and opinions? Or do you all feel we have arrived at a motion? Well,
The applicant wants to speak. I think we should reopen.
oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't looking. We can reopen?
Thank you. I appreciate your comments, Commissioner Lamberger. What this image was showing from 1901 was just a stucco veneer. We weren't utilizing that as a scale. That image was just up there for showing structure.
I recognize that, but I'm just saying both, the referencing of it, both by our, by the commissioners and y'all. I mean, it's just referencing it. I'm just wanting to put that back into.
I just wanted you to know we weren't trying to deceive you on anything on that. That was strictly just an image for
Yeah.
a stucco veneer.
But I just wanted to reiterate that it's really kind of irrelevant.
1901.
Given
That's
that
okay.
this is 300, it is the immediate. The fact that it's not even on slide 9, the fact that it's not even on that area tells us it's not relevant. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
It's like, Candace, if you go to slide 9,
Well, we weren't trying to make it.
oh,
relevant.
sorry, mine must be off. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm zoomed in, sorry. But it's not even shown, that's not one of the lots shown on your image there. So my point is, the fact that it's not even on there, this is the immediate.
That's correct. You're
So-
correct.
Anything else before we reclose?
I don't know if I need to open up the floor to the homeowners, or is that not? I mean, is there any comment or concern?
We're
that the homeowners
currently closed for deliberation, so if they were going to present any information, it would have been during your presentation.
Okay.
We are open, so
No, I was just gonna ask, I believe the commission had reopened to allow the applicant here to speak to Commissioner Lineberger's comments. Is that correct?
that's correct.
If the commission is still reopened for consideration and the applicant and the owner wishes to speak, then my recommendation would be to allow them to present any evidence they wish to provide as it relates to the standards.
Okay, thank you. We're
I just
open.
wanted to, Mr. Kernodle, did you feel like you wanted to add anything to this conversation or?
And if he does, if you
He
could
can come
come
up here.
up front and make sure that you were sworn in and state your name and address.
My name is John Charles Kernodle. Address is 2000 Dilworth Road West, Charlotte.
And have you been sworn in?
Excuse, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. Obviously, I'm not an architect or a developer. I'm just a homeowner. We've been really pleased to work with Garrett and his team. Think it's a beautiful design. Respectfully, what I hear, and I know Garrett's worked very hard to, within the code and the restrictions that the city has, I kind of feel at a loss, don't know where to go from here. The comments, and I know it's individual comments until you vote collectively, that it's too pretty or too much. Design leads me to believe that the standard is somewhere along the lines of designing and building a house that looks like other houses. My opinion, again, biased as a homeowner that's very emotionally and economically involved in what we have going on here, is that it doesn't stretch the boundaries. It is larger, but understand that there are things like, hey, because there's going to be a hedge, that doesn't factor into the depth. But the reality is people walking down the sidewalk won't see that. The width and the height are very much within keeping of what's going on in the neighborhood. Our feedback from our neighbors who we've shared the plans and the design with is very complimentary. So the people that actually live in the neighborhood that are going to be impacted by this house, arguably are people that we have raised our families with, but they're very much in favor of this. So if the standard is to not build something that looks nicer, or it needs to look more like everything else, that's where I get a little bit lost. So none of this is evidence. It's my feeling, it's my opinion. We do have, as Garrett has articulated, we do have substantial money sunk in this. That's our decision, but we've moved out of the home. We rented something else. Yeah, so there's a lot going on here. Not sure where to go, but I do appreciate the time to address the committee.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. All right, we are going to reclose for further deliberation. Commissioners, do we have a motion to consider? We can certainly step through each one of the items, the reason for continuation, if that's.
I want to, we're not just here to judge applications. We're here to be as helpful as we can be. And so I understand that it must feel incredibly frustrating to feel like you've got it and then be told you don't. So I would like to point to the Secretary of Interior Standards, because houses are, we're not saying that we're here to preserve the character of our communities, but in preserving the communities, we are also completely mindful of the fact that we are still moving along. It's a journal, right? So it's a journal entry of the time in which it's being built. However, there is something that I think can be helpful to you all as you go through, and it's the Secretary of Interior Standards 2.5. And I'll just call out one particular section of it. Most properties change over time. Those changes that have acquired historic significance in their own right shall be retained and preserved. That's one. So this does become precedent setting. That's why it's such as nice as we all want to be and point out the positives, such as the fact that it's a beautiful design. We also want to be mindful of the fact that we have a duty to make sure that the precedent we are setting does not completely destroy the character or the distinctive features of a historic community. There's another one here. And this one I think is important to note, and I'll end it here. Number 3, each property shall be recognized as a physical record of its time, place, and use. Changes that create a false sense of historical development, such as adding conjectural features or architectural elements from other buildings, shall not be undertaken. Go through all 10 of those. Those are our 10 design commandments that allow us to give way to a new look in the neighborhood, while at the same time paying homage to what came before it.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Parati.
I think they want to speak again.
Yeah.
We're still closed.
I'm sorry. That's okay.
All right, we're gonna reopen. Yep.
I appreciate that. I think, again, opinion that we are there with this design. I know you guys have a different opinion, and I understand this is something new and different in the neighborhood, but we've been very sensitive to that as a team. We believe this design hits that mark. So yeah, thanks for reopening.
All right. We'll reclose. All right, Commissioner Lineberger.
I just want to reiterate that we, in the end, our opinions of what it looks like and the architecture and the design and the flourish and the color even, none of that, whatever we think, that's not what we're tasked with to be serving in this capacity. Our purview is these standards. That's our purview. And there are times that we have seen things that are, they're not particularly pretty. I know everyone probably can think of something that was like, oh gosh, this is a missed opportunity. And wow, but you know what? We can't design it. We cannot legislate what it looks like. And we have approved because our job is to go by these standards. And in good faith, I mean, I listed a lot of standards when I first spoke. I mean, it does not meet those standards that I referenced. It just doesn't. And I think everyone else that has spoken reiterated that. So I just want to clarify, it doesn't, it can be absolutely gorgeous, but it does not, that's not our purview.
All right. Okay, do we have a motion? And here's where I'm a little bit challenged. I don't know where perhaps the height adjustment was addressed, but the other items that this application was continued for, I'm not sure that they were addressed based on the commentary that we've had, the discussion that we've had today. So what are our next steps?
I know that what we've usually done is we typically say that if we go back to the reasons it was continued, and we typically say, you know, as we've done already today, we go through and see if those have been met and if those have been addressed. And if 50% of those are not, if at least 50% of those are not addressed, then we typically do not continue it at that point.
You are correct.
Let's go through the reasons why it was continued and as a body, talk about whether or not they were addressed.
Yeah.
Restudy the design, paying close attention to the context in the immediate area, making sure that eaves and roof lines line up. My opinion is that that was not done. The design didn't change. Some roof lines came down a foot or two, but the overall design was not simplified to be in context with the immediate area.
All right, does anybody have anything to add to that, Commissioner Wojcik?
They did address the eave lines and the roof lines with the neighboring houses, but the design restudy for attention to the context was not.
I believe that what Commissioner Prati just, her comments also apply to simplify the aesthetics, so the overall structure feels more in keeping with the houses around it. Restudy all the elevations, keeping with the context per standard 6.2. Restudy the massing and complexity of form per standard 6.8, height and width per standard 6.9, and Secretary of the Interior standards 2.5. I think what she just said was really speaking to all of those.
Completely agree. It seems like fractions of things were touched on, but the items were not fully addressed.
Here's the challenge I have. I feel as though there might have been a misunderstanding. I don't know how when you have, I mean, we have the reasons why this application was continued, so I know the applicants do. However, I feel as though it got lost in translation. Does anyone else feel that way?
Yes, I agree with you.
I agree with you, and I think this is a lesson for us that we should probably just stick to the standards. Saying how beautiful something is repeatedly probably missed the opportunity for us to be more clear about clearer about our standards and why this was even though it's documented here, it's what you hear, what you said, what you meant, and what you hear. But this, the reasons why it was continued. But I do think that that got in the way of, our point being made.
I think the point was made a lot. And the point was, it's pretty, but it's nice, but, and the but then is like what you listen to after. So I get it. And it was a lot of like, oh, this is gorgeous and all this other stuff. But, and to Commissioner Wojcik's point at the end of, it's too big, it's too flourishy, it's too all of that. So I disagree. It's written, context is in 1, 2 of these things, Secretary of the Standards, aesthetics, it's like all over here. So that's my.
Thank you, Commissioner Bell. And I was reading Secretary of Interior Standards, trying to be helpful like they had never heard it before, but it's right here. I said it last time.
So I believe that we are at a decision. We just need someone to craft a motion so that we can move forward, and share that collectively.
And just a friendly reminder, when you do come to a motion, make sure you are citing specific standards and the reasoning behind those. Thank you.
Will do. All right. We have a motion.
I guess I'm confused. So I get the motion and the standards, but I'm confused on like the the decline versus the continue is where I'm not sure. Like when we were talking about, or denial, I guess, versus continue with the 50%. I'm not sure what the motion should be for that.
I think that you actually brought clarity to it, Commissioner Bell. You know, we were saying that I was pushing for a continuation because I was trying to give the benefit of the doubt and say, maybe they were confused, maybe we got lost in translation, but we were clear and it's written here for all to see.
So I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion that the application is denied due to not lack of addressing at least 50% of the standards that it was continued for the last meeting. And those standards are around restudying elevations and keeping context with the context per standard 6.2, context overall, which is 7.6,
still 6.0.
6 point, what?
It's residential, so it's 6.2.
Oh, got you. 6.2, massing and capacity of form, 6.8, height and width per standard, 6.9, Secretary of the Interior standards, 2.5.
Can we get a little bit more standards? And you have a chart on page 2 of your staff memo to use?
I can, yes. 214.
And also you have the staff notes in the analysis on page 3.
So I'm sorry, you said you just wanted more standards.
Let's treat it like we did the other one, Commissioner Bell. So context. One of the reasons we continued this was so that they can work on making the house fit within the context. So context would be 6.1 through 6.4.
Gotcha.
Massing would be 6.8. Height and width, 6.9. Scale, 6.10.
I would like to add 6.5, even though we didn't address it, setback. It was not clear, site plan, the way the setback that related, the setback of the new construction to the adjacent property.
We discussed that in the last meeting.
I would say roof form, 6.13.
I will add Secretary of Interior Standards again, 2.5. I think you might have that one.
Does foundations need to be?
Yeah, because we didn't go further, which is what's noted in our continuation. The main house details and the accessory structure were not evaluated.
Okay.
Chairperson Hawkins, just a point of clarification for the commission. When you're moving to craft your motion, in this case, it would be a motion to deny. It is, your standard is whether or not you are going to approve or deny because an application is or is not incongruous with the district, as then you list the standards and the reasons why. If your motion isn't crafted in that way, we would ask you to reconsider crafting the language of the motion to better conform with your legal standard.
So in that case, Commissioner Bell, is she able to just recraft her motion to suggest, you mentioned that it was a denial?
Because
That-
it is incongruous with the standards.
You can simply just withdraw your first motion since it hasn't been seconded and just start over. And it sounds like you guys were working on adding some standards. So again, you can withdraw the motion as it was in progress and just start over.
Okay, I withdraw my motion.
All right.
And I make another motion to deny this application because it is incongruous with the standards as it is presented, specifically context 6.1 to 6.4, setback 6.5, massing 6.8, height and width 6.9, scale 6.10, roof form and materials 6.13.
Secretary of Interior Standards.
Secretary of Interior Standards 2.5.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Bell, seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion on the motion?
Chairperson Hawkins, before the commission moves forward, there's been a motion and a second, but we would just like to advise the board as you are working through these standards, since you've mentioned a variety of standards, to add the facts that support those standards so that it is clear on the record, not only which standards you are referring to, but the facts that were presented that support your finding.
All right.
Thank you.
So Commissioner Bell, can we start back with the beginning of your motion with this first standard 6.1 through 6.4, which is context?
Yes, so context, looking at, as the applicant showed, the 360-degree context of the subject property. It not fitting in context with the properties that were around it, 360 degrees.
And I would refer to the preamble of context, particularly the first passage. Well, no, the entire preamble.
Yep, so 6.1, and then for context in terms of architectural
Is
design.
6.2 context the preamble?
Sorry.
When you say it does not fit within the immediate 365 context, I believe there was some discussion about the specifics that did not fit. Could you add some of that? I believe Commissioner Lineberger had mentioned a variety, as well as Commissioner Browdy had mentioned a variety of specific facts as far as the context. We just want to make sure that it's very clear as you go through these, what the factual basis for your motion is.
Yep, so one is complexity of form. Simplicity of the architectural design.
In conjunction with height, width, depth. In conjunction with the height, the width, and the depth of the design, of the designed house.
Okay,
So massing, 6 point.
We had setback two next, right?
Sorry, setback 6.5. We talked about setback.
Mm-hmm. You know, let Commissioner Lineberger give you the one on that one.
Yeah, I wanted to include that mainly because I just felt like that was not clear and defined, that the setback was in relationship to the adjacent property.
Massing 6.8. In terms of complexity of form,
Oh, that's number one, 6.8, number one, definitely.
And specifically, I think that exactly what number one says, it's that the street is primarily a colonial revival style house with simple massing. And this was introducing a more complex massing and a more complex detail.
Number 5.
okay.
okay.
Wait. I think also, yeah, definitely number 2.
Mm-hmm. I mean, to me, we're repeating a lot of what we've said in the context.
I think we have to.
Okay.
6.9 height and width.
Number 1.
Yep.
Number 2.
And to be specific that it's both wider and taller than its adjacent structures.
Okay.
What was the next? Roof form and materials.
Number 1. Number 2. Number 3.
Number 4.
I would defer to Commissioner Wojcik on that one.
Just talking about all the.
It's out of context for the neighboring architecture. It's not out of context for the proposed architecture. So I don't know how that works.
So we shouldn't include that one?
Yeah.
We've already covered it with context.
Mm-hmm.
And if we want to get specific on Secretary of Interior Standards 2.5, then we should definitely point out three and 4. Commissioner Wojcik, what do you think about number 5?
Yes.
And again, even if it's repetitive, please add the factual basis as you list out the standards so that it's clear what specific facts were presented that support your determination.
So number 3 talks about creating a false sense of historical development, such as adding conjectural features or architectural elements from other buildings. Number 3. And number 4,
Number 3, they're presenting a different type of architecture into
mhm,
an existing neighborhood.
yeah. And 4 just really talks about the importance of making a decision that will then be used for future applications.
So essentially, the architectural style and the ornate nature of the house that has been presented
Mhm.
would introduce a style that is not represented in
Correct.
that same way, in that elaborate way in the neighborhood
Right, historically.
historically. Okay.
Before we move on, did we get, scale, 6.10?
Nope, scale.
Candace, I personally, I don't think that scale was
Okay.
something that we ever talked about being an issue or
Okay.
in question.
Then I must have missed it. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So context, setback, massing, height and width, and roof forms, plus the interior, Secretary of Interior standards.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. We've got a motion by Commissioner Bell,
I second.
seconded by Commissioner Wojcik. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to deny passes 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next ask if you need to ask staff. Yes, if you can talk to Jen Bear over there. Thank you.
It's more than once.
Our next application is of 1547 Merriman Avenue. And I'm going to hand this over to Elizabeth to present. Thank you.
I do think it's important, just in between applications, to reiterate that what you said, Chairperson Hawkins, and Brett Sturm has talked about this too. We should not be giving our subjective ideas of how something looks. That's not what we're here to do. I say it because it's pretty. I like pretty houses and I like being nice to applicants, but that is not what we're here to do.
This proposed project is to change the cheek walls leading up from the front sidewalk stone steps from stepped walls to angled walls using a capstone that matches the gray rubble stone material used in the retaining wall and steps. A simple black metal railing will be installed alongside of each cheek wall. This project is considered an after-the-fact review, with the commission reviewing the project on its merits as if the work has not yet occurred.
Again, this application is 1547 Merriman Avenue, and the applicant is in the room. Sir, have you been sworn in? You're gonna have to do it again? Okay, you're gonna have to speak into the mic and turn it on. And then once you're sworn in, you're going to say your name and your address for the court reporter.
Kevin Brown, 210 North Church Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
I'll need to swear you in first. Please raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Candy, did you get his name and address? Okay, thank you. Just let Elizabeth know what slide you'd like to start on.
I guess you can go straight to as far as the proposed stone, the cheat walls that you recommend.
Mr. Don't remember your last name. Mr. Brown, if you can turn on, leave it on green.
Sorry.
So that we can hear you and the court reporter can hear you.
Okay, I guess would be slide, I guess would be 8, for the proposed, stone for the cheek walls that's recommended is on, slide 8. And right here to the next slide, the proposed change for, which you can see the next one, the areas that it's gonna go at. We can see the shaded gray areas with, for the cheek walls there, going down on each sides that you recommend. And then the, black rails, which is just like a little marker there to go, on that second one right there. You can see that. The picture there. So that's pretty much the recommendations for the cheek wall is on the side of the walkway that was recommended. This part is, I guess this was one of the recommendations from previous. So that's what we came up with as far as replacing that. And that's pretty much it, really.
Okay. Are there any callers to speak for or against?
No unknown callers.
Okay. All right. Were you able to take a look at the staff notes on this application? Staff analysis?
Well, I talked with the homeowner about it. This is what everything that he discussed, I guess, with Candace and all of the recommendations, and this is what they pretty much came up with that from internal that they said that this should be pretty much the based on previous that this would be appropriate.
Okay. Questions for the applicant, commissioners?
Yeah. So is it just the cheek walls that are going to be getting this cap, or is the retaining wall that exists in front of the house, will that also be receiving the cap?
No.
It's just the cheek
Just the
walls.
cheek walls.
And the existing cap on the retaining wall that runs along the sidewalk, that matches the stone
Yes.
that is made up
Right.
of the retaining wall. Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for the applicant?
I have a question. I think
Oh,
just, so what's after the fact? I guess I'm confused about.
After the fact means the work's already been completed.
So this, it already, okay.
The stepped cheek walls, which is, this application is to change the stepped cheek walls. The stepped cheek walls already exist.
Gotcha.
And usually, I don't know if I should belabor this, but usually when we do get after the fact applications, the change has already, what they're suggesting that they want to implement has already been made, but there's a different change that's already taken place that we're trying to now put a change on top of.
Yes, so to clarify, these stepped cheek walls were part of a project that was previously denied.
Correct.
And so there was a request for a new proposal. And this was presented in January of 2023 to the commission. The retaining wall portion of the project was approved, but then the cheek wall portion of the project was continued. And then no new proposal was received by the decision date in June of 23. So it was automatically denied then. So we're here with this new application with these stepped cheek walls that were after the fact because they don't follow a COA.
Okay.
But then we're also needing to make changes to those cheek walls for them to follow our standards.
Thank you. Commissioner Taylor?
Yes, a question. Oh, God, dang it. It's my leg, I keep hitting it. What is the cap on the retaining wall now?
I'm not sure right now. I have to go back and check that.
So,
But it was the standard, but it was replaced with pretty much the exact same thing that was there previously. Only thing that was really different is that the steps where those walls there is not.
and that retaining wall is new and it was approved previously.
Right.
So I would be curious as to what that cap is versus introducing a new cap. It seems like a reasonable question.
Yeah, I'm a little confused because I thought that Commissioner Barth just asked that question and I thought he said that the material was the same as what was on the retaining wall. So,
You're talking about the type of material is the same as far as going up. As you can see, you go back here, it's the same material.
So that blue stone that I see there
Yes.
is what's on the existing retaining wall? That doesn't
The
look like
material
it.
is, yes, it's the size is different. You have the different size. You don't put the same size of a cheek wall. I mean, as far as going up the steps is totally different. It's just like if you have a handrail, you're not going to use the same type of handrail as you use if you're using the pickets. It's going to be different. It's going to be larger.
Is the material the same?
The material's the same.
okay,
Yeah, same from the same manufacturer.
thank you.
Okay.
So what, I think Commissioner Taylor, your concern or what you're alluding to sort of matches what I was getting at. Is there going to be a difference in material when you transition from the cheek wall to the retaining wall? And it sounds like per the testimony that you won't. It's the same material. And that would be my only concern with this as it's presented, really. I mean, apart from some details that I think we need to clarify, but
Okay. Other questions? And we do have the details of what was previously there in at the tail end of the application, slides 21 and 22. Well, 21 in particular. It looked like, like, I don't know if that's parge.
Probably
oh,
parched
sim-
concrete.
CMU.
It's partial
Yeah.
concrete.
Well, I think the point that I would like to identify as one commissioner, my opinion, is
Let's
we're
get the opinions.
okay, or I'm good with, well, comedic relief there. Okay with the material, especially since the retaining wall has been approved. The cap material is matching the retaining wall. Sounds great. I'd like to clarify from the applicant maybe, or in the construction drawings, if this even needs it, how tall that cheek wall is going to be, how they resolve the stepped cheek wall to the sloped. I mean, is it infilled with the same stone, which I imagine it would be? I mean, all of these things are kind of assumed, but I think that they're getting there. And then how, like as the staff alluded to in their memo as well, how the railing is mounted or fastened to either upgrade the cheek wall itself, if it's drilled in and grouted, you know, these sort of things. But I mean, I'm good with all that. I think we just need some detailed drawings or an explanation.
Is this I'm curious, the things that Commissioner Barth just mentioned, is this something that the applicant could work with staff on if the commission gave some direction? I can't find that.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
I think, so you just want me to make a motion? I mean, are we closed yet?
Oh, we're not closed. I'm sorry. Any other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? Okay, we're now closed. Commissioner Library, you were gonna say something?
It's the exact same question.
Oh. Awesome.
So before I attempt a motion, unless anybody else has any other comments, what I'm thinking here is the material's fine. It's matching the already approved retaining wall cap. Supposedly, you know, I'd like staff to follow up on that to make sure that is in fact true, because it's kind of hard to tell from these images. The retaining wall or the cheek wall height above grade, I think it would, you know, I don't know what standard, 6 inches above grade max for cheek walls. I mean, we don't want some sort of,
And standard 8.7, number 11, it says retaining walls should be true retaining walls, not a decorative feature and no taller than necessary to function.
yeah, so I think 6 inches would be within the realm of acceptable height in order to, you know, handle any sort of grass, water, erosion, that sort of thing. That seems acceptable from my limited perspective. And then as far as mounting the handrail, I mean, we don't see any details on the handrail, the metal handrail painted black. I mean, all of this sounds good. We've approved these things in the districts many times. You know, we've seen, you know, I would feel comfortable going to staff with that. And as far as mounting it, and you can drill and grout it into the top of the cheek wall. That's been done in these districts all the time. You know? No? We all happy? Easy enough. Okay. Well, with that, okay, break. With that, I would like to make a motion to approve this application with conditions as it is not incongruous with our districts, chapter 8.6 and 7. Asking that the applicant confirm with staff that the cheek wall cap does in fact match the material in color, material, thickness, as it relates to the retaining wall cap. That the cheek wall be no taller than 6 inches above the slope grade on either side of the cheek wall. And that the infill between the stepped cheek walls and the newly sloped cap be used of the same retaining stone material. Does that make sense? And that the applicant approve the handrail, the black painted metal handrail, with staff to match similar examples that are historic in our neighborhoods and be mounted in a fashion that is generally approved by our body. 8.6 and 7 for walls and retaining fences rather than walls. And do we have something for the handrail? Under 8.11. No. Yeah.
say, I would say use materials 6.18. Use compatible traditional materials. Maybe.
6.
5.7. 5.7.
5.7 is metal
Thank you.
for materials.
5.7 for metals.
Does that complete that?
It's not necessarily that talks about railings, columns, decorative details. It doesn't actually reference. Well, mid-century modern, it does for porches,
I was just gonna say, I would check front porches.
front porches.
I'm looking at porches now. That's 4.8, but I don't see it.
It's sort of an extension of the porch.
Yeah.
Yeah. It references handrails, balusters, columns.
Yeah. Number 2.
Instead of 410, which, sorry.
8,
Sorry.
number 2.
Six,
For
618, number 5 also talks about metal. We're talking about trying to get it to metal, right?
Yes.
Metal used in mid-century style houses for decorative features such as porch columns and railings.
Yeah, that's it.
So
Thank you.
6.18, number 5.
Should have said it more confidently.
Thank you, Commissioner Bell and Chairperson Hawkins.
I mean, it references mid-century, but same deal. Okay.
Okay. All right, we've got a motion from Commissioner Barr, seconded by Commissioner Bell. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner,
Turn your mic on.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barr,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve with conditions passes 7-0.
Commissioner Hawkins, can we take a 10-minute break?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Candace.
Oh, my God. Hello and welcome back to the August 14th, 2024 HTC meeting. Due to time constraints, we will not be hearing cases 8 and then 10 through 16 tonight. Again, due to time constraints, we will not be hearing case 8, nor will we hear cases 10 through 16 tonight. The next application is 1514 and 1516 Hamilton Place. And I believe the applicant is online.
Perfect. You turn on the.
Yeah. Hi, Sabas. If you could turn on your camera, that would be great. We can hear you.
Yeah, perfect. I was trying to turn it on. There we go.
Okay.
How you guys doing?
Fine, thank you. This application is a full demolition of a residence and was continued for additional information in the way of the Zeltwell survey and photos of the structure. The Zeltwell survey has been received and is on slide 5. And the photos are on pages 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. Salvas, have you been sworn in?
The last time that we.
No, tonight.
No, not tonight. No.
Okay.
All right. Please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Sabas, if you could say your name and spell your name and your address for the court reporter.
Sure. My name is Sabas, Sabas. Last name Orellana, Orellana. My address is 812 North Lee Street, Salisbury, North Carolina, 28144.
Thank you. We've presented your Zeltwell survey and your photographs. Is there anything you'd like to say?
No, just I don't know if you guys are able to see the photos we had with all the damage that the structure has suffered. And I don't know if there was anything special that you guys needed to know in order to proceed with the approval or not of the demolition.
Demolitions are pretty straightforward. We can turn it over to the commission and see if they have any questions.
We have anybody to speak for or against this?
It seems like we have one caller. I'm not sure if they're calling for this project. Unknown caller, if you could say your name and state if you're speaking on this case or not. If we have any unknown callers speaking on 1514, 1516 Hamilton Place, if you could speak up now. Hello?
Hello? Yeah, I got something to say, ma'am.
Okay. Have you been sworn in? Christopher, if you have something to say, you're on mute.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
No, I do not have anything to say at this point.
Okay, thank you. Angelo is also online and wishes to say something. Angelo, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Angelo.
I'm wondering why for the third month in a row y'all skipped over my case. Is it 2:30?
Angelo, we have some time constraints tonight that we're not going to be able to get to your project.
You told me that last week and the week before. Last month and the month before. And we have been working on this project for 6 years.
Which case is this?
Number 8.
Oh, sir, we don't have the time to hear this project tonight, but we will be in touch with you and you will be placed on the September agenda. Do you have anything to say about 1514 Hamilton Place?
Beg your pardon? Beg your pardon?
Do you have any comments on 1514 Hamilton Place?
No, I'm on number 8.
Yes, we understand. Staff is going to reach out to you right now. Thank you.
Thank me for what? What you thanking me for?
So who's gonna reach out? Somebody's gonna reach out to you.
What did you just say? I didn't hear you.
Staff is going to reach out to you to explain the situation.
Okay, that'll be fine. Thank you. We'll wait.
Thank you. Doesn't seem like we have any other unknown callers.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant, commissioners?
I have a few.
Commissioner Barth and then Commissioner Parati.
Mr.
Sabas.
I'll just call you Sabas, if that's okay.
That's all right.
Sabas, from the pictures, I'm just curious, but there seems to be a huge amount of lumber being stored in the structure, which may or may not have contributed to the floor collapse or deterioration. Can you explain what's going on there and why there's so much lumber in there?
You know, I came in after the fact. I think either whoever started the demolition first, they had some lumber and there was no place to leave it outside, so it wouldn't get damaged. They thought it would be a good idea to have it inside the home for protection. And I think that's over the months of them trying to have this approved, maybe that might have cost some of it, but I wouldn't know. I just saw the pictures you have is in the condition that I found the house.
Okay, and what capacity are you part of this project? The designer, the owner,
No, sir. I with the general contractor, I'm a project manager for him.
Oh, okay. And speaking of, so I guess the letter there from Andrew Solomon Incorporated, that is you're with them?
Correct.
Okay. And did you all have an engineer, a licensed engineer, analyze the structure as well, or is this the extent of the structural review is from you all's company?
It's from our company because it's just walking in that house. It's really unsafe to be inside. And engineer that we contacted, we showed him the pictures. He's like, you can't even. If we try to remove anything out of the way for him to walk through the house, it's not in a good shape at this moment.
Gotcha. Okay. And just again, piquing my curiosity, do you know how long the house has been vacant for?
Not sure. I know the process has been a while. That I've been involved for already 6 months, I believe, trying to get through this point with you guys. So and I don't know how many months before that it was vacant. No.
Okay, thank you. And Candace, for demo, for infrastructural issues like this, I mean, like you said, it's pretty straightforward. Do we sometimes require an engineer note if it's structural damage, or, I mean, are we just?
Typically we ask for one and the applicants will submit one. But there's often cases where they don't submit one, and they're still seeking a demolition.
It's not necessarily required. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Thank you.
Sabas, do you have a tree protection plan for this oak tree in the front yard?
We are not, obviously, we're not disturbing that oak tree. we haven't started a demolition plan yet on it because we hadn't been able to get to this point. But I know that that's not even on the site plan or the proposed new construction that the owner is working with her designer. That tree is to stay where it, to stay with
Right.
it.
We'll need a tree protection plan. Something
Okay.
that shows how you plan on preserving the tree. Thank you, sir.
And that would be through the demolition, or is that for the new construction? When we present the new construction plan?
Period. No.
Period, okay. Good to know.
All right, other questions for the applicant? All right, we'll close for deliberation. Any further discussion? This is pretty straightforward, I believe, but great questions though about the.
I mean, this is just me being attached to an old house that's potential for demo, but I feel that, you know, this wood's been placed in the house intentionally to hasten its, you know, whatever, but, you know, that's just me making assumptions.
Commissioner Barth. We don't know.
I know.
And yeah. And we've seen perfectly solid houses that still, because we can't tell people that they can't tear down their houses, get this. It's hard to see a beautiful it's hard to see a historic house like this go, but
Okay.
I'm with you though. Yeah.
But do we have a motion?
Yeah, we have a motion. Okay, yeah, you did it.
I'll do
Thank
it.
you.
Okay, I move to determine this application is complete with all required documentation provided by the applicant.
Second.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by Commissioner Bell. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Oh,
We still
part,
have 2 and 3 to go.
part 1 passes 7-0. Apologies.
Okay, so is this significance?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. I move to determine that the building has special significance and value toward maintaining the character of the, where are we, Plaza Midwood Local Historic District. Because it has, let's see, it's listed as contributing property, no? Or is it the year?
Year
Year
of construction, maybe architectural style.
Year of construction, architectural style.
That's it.
Second.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by Commissioner Bell. Discussion on the motion? All right. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Part 2 passes 7-0.
I move to approve the project with 365-day stay of demolition on the building due to its special significance and value toward maintaining the character of the district. Receipt of accurate measured drawings of the buildings to be demolished are required for HDC records before plans for new construction will be considered by this commission.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by Commissioner Bell. Any discussion?
When do we add the tree demolition? When do we,
Oh, good call.
do we need to put that as a condition?
Yes.
Can we add the tree protection plan as a
Oh,
condition?
yes. And as a condition, we would like the applicant to provide a tree protection plan for the period during demolition, as well as continue a tree protection plan for any future construction.
Do you accept the amendment?
Yes.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Bart,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote with, motion with conditions passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Um,
I'm so sorry. I'm the owner and I came in and I couldn't hear you guys. I didn't get sworn in either because I just came in later. But I'm not understanding
Ma'am,
yes. Yes.
which case are you here for? Because we just completed. We just
The
completed the case.
This case, but I wasn't spoken to, so I didn't know that if I should speak up. The 1514, 1516 Hamilton place.
The hearing just ended?
She should know the verdict.
Okay.
Oh, it passed. Did you,
Okay.
were you able to hear that?
I could hear in and out, so I'm so sorry about that.
No problem. Staff will be in touch with you here shortly.
Okay.
It passed for demolition, but there's a 365-day stay on that demolition. This is standard for us.
So the property has been like this for almost 2 years now. So it's now become like insurance isn't insuring on this property. So it's becoming it can be an issue.
You should talk to our attorneys.
Yeah, because the insurance pulled out, it cannot be insured anymore. So I'm just concerned about the property being vacant and somebody going in and something happening to that property, to somebody.
We'll have to defer to our attorney and staff because that's beyond our purview. We've completed the case just moments ago. So I'm gonna have to defer to the experts in.
Okay, just one more thing to note. We had been working with the historic board on additions to the property. So there's already record of everything. I don't know if the cases have been linked, but we had already been working with the historic board. So this has already been in the system, I think, for a couple of years.
if you could give us a minute, one being that you're giving testimony without being sworn in. So if you could give us a minute, thank you.
Okay.
Carmen, when did you join the meeting?
Yes.
When did you join the meeting?
When I saw the email that number 9 was coming.
Did you hear Salvas explain the project and the commission ask questions? Or did you?
No.
No.
No, when I came in and some other people were talking, they were for a different case.
So you didn't hear Salvas?
I heard Savas after the people left.
Okay, the other callers?
Yeah, the other callers, but I was having issues with my noise, which is I couldn't hear you guys. You guys were coming in and out. So I wasn't understanding what was all happening.
Okay, give us 1 second. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairperson Hawkins, we've had some time to consider the issue, and we did ask the owner of the property when she had arrived at the meeting. It appears from what she stated that she might have been present before the board closed for deliberations, and due to a variety of different issues was not able to either speak or raise her hand, and was not able to provide the testimony that she wanted to provide. In light of that, our recommendation to the board for you to consider would be to do a motion to reconsider. So your last motion, so not reopen it entirely. So your third motion, and allow the owner of the property to speak, to provide whatever testimony after she's sworn in, of course. And just to clarify, although there was some conversation about the circumstances after the board made its determination, that was not testimony that was sworn, so it would not be able to be considered at that time. If you do reopen the hearing, it would probably be best if the owner restates her concerns after she's sworn, so that it's considered properly by the board.
How does that happen?
One
How do- I'm
moment,
sorry.
please. One moment, please. How does that affect the decision, the motions that have already been made?
Our recommendation would be to just open reconsider the last motion, which is the demolition with the 365 day. However,
Unless she wanted to speak to the other motions. but-
unless she wanted to speak to the other motions, meaning the completeness of the application or the special significance, it appears that based on what we've heard, although not sworn testimony, that she may want to speak about either the demolition itself or the 365 days. So our recommendation at this moment, without hearing anymore, would be to just reconsider, do a motion to reconsider your last decision, reopen the hearing, allow her to speak, and if it becomes clear at that point that she is asking you to consider something different, then we can take a pause and go back and assess based on that evidence.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick question?
Of course.
Does evidence, what, or maybe this is for staff, what would cause us to potentially void the 365-day stay? I mean, can we comment on what you said? The insurance dropping, no, just kidding. Okay.
I was going to say, I think you may need to be, you may want to hear the evidence first and be able to gauge whether the evidence, as we've explained before, is competent, substantial, and material and not based on hearsay. That may be one of your considerations before we move on to sort of the substance of it. And the other piece of it is we haven't heard sworn testimony. So at this juncture, it's not really competent for you guys or appropriate for you guys to comment on what you've heard before you've had a sworn witness speak and provide testimony.
Okay, real quick, you have to leave. What, if he has to leave, how do we want to handle that?
As long as you do not lose quorum, you'll be okay.
Okay.
And that seems to me that will just drop you down to 6 members, so you'll still be okay as far as quorum.
Okay. All right, so do we have a motion to reconsider?
I'd like to make a motion to reconsider our third motion pertaining to, let's see here, 1516 Hamilton Place. To hear evidence that was not able to be presented due to technical difficulties.
All right, motion to reconsider, seconded by.
Second.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Parati, seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes, vote to reconsider passes 6-0. Okay. Oh, please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following Question? Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Carmen, can you say your name and spell your last name and give your address for the court reporter, please?
Yes, Carmen Larinaga. Last name is Larreynaga. And my address, the address that I live in or the address that we're discussing?
Your personal address.
Okay, 305 West Park Avenue in Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
Thank you.
All right. Carmen, there was some testimony that you would like to share. You can proceed.
Yes, so we have been working with this property, and even though this is my second historic property to be working on, I haven't been very involved in this situation, so I'm sorry that I got all confused. But we've been working on this property. Initially, it was going to be an addition. During that addition, there was lumber that was placed in the property, and there was a lot of back and forth with the design. I wasn't, again, a part of it. This is my first meeting that I've attended. Through the delay of that, it caused issues with the house. So we've had to have the house checked, and it just seems like it is not in good condition and safe conditions. And because of that, we are even afraid to move. I mean, we can't, unless we know what's happening, we don't want to send anybody to move the lumber from there, or have anybody go into the property. So we were just informed, and I haven't received all the paperwork, but we were just informed that the insurance dropped us because of the property conditions. And we're trying to figure out what's going on. But this is my second house in a historic district, and the first house was also abandoned where somebody broke in. So that is my main concern, is how to protect this property from all of that. And it has been sitting for over a year and a half since we started the first case with the historic board. So technically, I feel like the 365-day stay has already been, we've been already sitting on that house for that long.
Thank you, Carmen. Just to give the commission some background information, the rear addition was a separate application. Staff never received any plans or presentation for that. When the applicant decided to switch gears to demo, all communications on the addition ceased. And just another friendly reminder that the commission does not get into economics of a project.
Thank you. And I was gonna ask, what was the timing of the prior application, I guess?
When you, and again, I'm so sorry because this was handled by our designer and at that time the contractor project manager. So when you say that the designs weren't submitted, there is emails going back and forth with the historic board with the designs. Is that different, maybe?
It's my understanding, okay, so 2022 is when that application was submitted, and it's my understanding that we have no plans or a presentation for that application.
Okay, so it sounds like perhaps the process that needed to be followed was not followed.
For the rear addition, and then there was a switch gear into demolition.
Correct. Okay.
I do believe that there's emails back and forth where they were talking, and they were sending them the information, and they were instructing us how to do it. So I guess because we were sending a design and somebody was saying it shouldn't look like this, maybe add this, because I do remember there was conversation and designs. And in that, when we were doing all of that is when we discovered that the house was practically collapsing. And that's why the gears were switched.
So staff never received final plans or presentation for this project to move forward as an addition under the other application.
Understood. Commissioner Bell, you had a question?
I was just confirming this application, last month was the first time and we didn't hear it last month and then it got moved to this month, correct?
It was first heard in June. It was continued from the June meeting for the Zoutwall survey and the photos of the
That's
exterior.
right. It was incomplete when we
Yeah,
It was
got it.
incomplete, yes.
Okay, got you.
I think that all of that is, we're caring individuals. It's a moot point because our decision has to be based on what we have purview over, which does not include anything that we've heard since we reconsidered hearing from the applicant.
Agreed. Commissioner Lineberger?
I have a question, maybe this is for the attorneys. If this property was not owned by an individual, say it was, if it was owned by the city, would the city have the same? Would it come before us?
Yes,
It would
yes,
come
it would.
before
And
us
we've
and-
done this before where
Okay.
the city has demoed or put a demo notice on historic properties within historic districts. And we've worked with code enforcement and we've worked with the property owner for them not to be demolished. I can think of two off the top of my head. So yes, everybody has to go through the same process if it's in a historic district.
And, in the interest of being helpful, isn't it, I'm so sorry, the name's escaping me now. I think it's the Historic Preservation Fund. There's a group that goes out and buys houses that have been slated to be demolished in the interest of finding a buyer for them who wants to save it. And
Preserve Mecklenburg does that, and then also Preserve North Carolina also does that.
so those might be some options for you. I'm so sorry to hear that it sounds like it's been a major challenge. There are some other options out there for you that I'm sure staff would be happy to, contact staff would be happy to connect you with in order to maybe resolve some issues.
I think, I love Plaza Midwood. I live currently in Wilmore, so I love the historic areas. That is the reason why I purchased the property. The reason it wasn't to tear it down. However, hearing from different contractors and different people in the state that the property is in, it's been concerning, which is why we switched the application to demolish.
Have you talked to staff about some other options or other contractors who have successfully brought back homes from worse situations?
I'm sorry. Yes, I believe the initial project manager and designer that were in communication via email and phone calls. I forget her name because I know I was CC'd in some of those emails. We're talking back and forth, and this is where we ended up at.
Okay. So do we make another motion to move forward with step 3?
Not yet.
We need to close. Do we? Where are we? Okay. Any other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation?
No.
Okay, we're now closed for deliberation.
I'd like to make well, because we had already made a motion and after rethinking that motion, opening it up so that the applicant could have a chance to address the body and hearing nothing that was within our purview that could change our decision, I would like to make a motion. Okay, I'd like to, excuse me, that's not true. I'd like for Commissioner Lineberger to make a motion. Take it away, Commissioner Lineberger.
I make a motion to approve the project with the 365-day stay of demolition on the building due to its special significance and value towards maintaining the character of the district. Receipt of accurate measure drawings of the buildings to be demolished are required for HDC records before plans for new construction will be considered by this commission.
And the tree protection plan.
Oh, yes. And to be included is a tree protection plan during demolition, as well as continuing that for any future construction.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by Commissioner Bell. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to approve passes 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we close, I just want to ask a question. We were given the rules of procedure, and I just wanted to ask if there was a specific reason that we need to.
I
Here.
don't believe so at this time. I think they were maybe just accidentally passed out tonight.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Trouble.
There's a reason I was looking at the attorneys. I'm like, do you need to tell us something?
All right. We have reached the end of the agenda. Is there any further business to discuss? This meeting is adjourned at 6:51 PM. Thank you.